Boom. What's up, squad? What's good? What's good? What's good? Oh, man. Jaylen Brown tweet went out this morning. Lord have mercy. Percentage of the cap. That's all you got to remember, man. Percentage of the cap.
No sticky Nickies.
Where we are. So we in here. Let's see if we did that.
Damn, we got
it's still really
matching today.
Yeah, we really are. I didn't even notice that. Okay, calm down. Calm down.
Hey, what is this called? This is
peach salmon? Is it? Turn your computer, like tilt it. Yeah.
This way?
Yeah, tilt it a little bit more. See if we get the window out. I guess the TV could. I guess it could go right there.
It'll be over my shoulder.
Yeah. It would be virtually the same thing if you sat over there.
Yeah.
Because we'd be positioning the screen to take that window out.
Yeah.
So,
although the chatty house likes to see who's walking by from day to day. Yeah, that's probably gonna go, guys. You won't be able to see what's going on.
Well, we'll still have this screen quite a bit, though.
There it is. You see all
everybody
walking by.
Actually, we better do this screen today. It's a packed house today. It's a packed house, and I'm gonna need to be able to concentrate. We'll figure it. We'll figure out the graphics.
Legends walking by.
Mm-hmm. Pat Martin, that dude.
He is, man.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC. D-Lo.
Where you at, baby?
We your number one spot.
Where you at, Young Zell? Hey. Shout out to the big homie, Young Zell. That man performing at the California State Fair this Sunday.
Yes,
Come on,
indeed.
man.
Yes, indeed. At the State Fair. I got to pull up to the State Fair, man. I got to get out there, big dog.
That man going to be on a Good Day Sacramento on Friday.
Yeah. He's everywhere. We ain't never there. You already know what it is.
Shout out to the big homie, Young Zell. We welcome you in here to the Tuesday, July 25th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are so happy that you are here with us on 98.5 FM HD2. We welcome those listening on 1320 AM. We welcome those listening on the TuneIn app, the Odyssey app. We welcome those watching on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. A tradition unlike any other. Jason Jones cancels the day of the show. It's almost a funny bit now. We're going to lose out on Jay this afternoon.
They've been making moves, man.
Hey, man, I'm just trying to find out how the Bahamas trip went.
I know.
He out there with Shavano eating food. Or at least that's how I saw it.
I don't know if I like Bahama food, man. They got a lot of spices and stuff. I'm not really like. Do you like spicy food?
Nah. Not like nah.
I've gotten
not
better.
Like the true like meaning of spice. No, if it's got a little pop to it, that's fine. But if we're talking like spicy, like no, I'll throw ingredients away. Like I ain't doing this.
I've gotten better as I've met my lovely bride to be, because that's what she does. She'll spice it up. So when we first met, like I didn't like I'd be like, it's too hot.
It ruins a meal.
Yeah, I think so too. It can ruin a meal. It can ruin like your drink. You know what I mean? A lot of times, like if you got a soda, it doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, because you got to drink milk or something.
Yeah, but I've gotten better with it. I can handle what the wife does, but yeah, I wouldn't say I'm a spicy guy.
What's she do?
She actually scales it back probably for me, but her and Reese, they love spice. They love spice.
I do purple carrot a lot. So they say it's one of those things where you cook the food, but they send the ingredients to you, like one of those meal services.
Mm-hmm.
They sent this barbecue tofu sandwich one day. I was like, yo, let's go. Make it. Put the little barbecue sauce was made of fire. Like straight fire. Like I couldn't eat it. I couldn't even enjoy it. I was like, man, this is too much. This little punk ass pickle that you put to like calm it down ain't enough.
How much would you would it cost to do like the fire chip?
Cost?
Like for you, like if they're like, yo, we'll pay you to do the fire chip.
Oh, yeah, I'll do it. I don't care. Like that's a gimmick to me. That's not eating. Like I'm talking about my dinner. Don't ruin my dinner. If you want me to do a little gimmick with a hot chip, I don't care.
You know how hot that chip is, right?
That you'll be going crazy with that chip.
Is that the one where Shaq go, I make a face? I make a face. Ernie, I make a face.
People was going crazy on that chip.
I love the TikTok videos of I know it's a show, but I only see the TikTok videos of the hot wing joints.
Oh, yeah.
Hot ones. Like those are because they be cussing that dude out. When I saw Tracy go at him, I was like, okay, this is funny. Like
no,
that's
a cool show. I like that show. They had a game show
to do it on the show, Mrs. McTen, Dr. David. Y'all need to calm down.
Do it at 356.
Yeah. Y'all need to calm down.
Yeah, man. They the hot ones. I like that YouTube show, and then they had a game show that I used to watch as well. That was with the hot ones.
I think you can order like a kit where they send, you could order a kit where they send all of the sauces to you, and you do your own challenge.
I don't even like your neighborhood chicken wing spots to buffalo sauce. Like, so no.
All right.
No, only salt and pepper or lemon pepper for me.
Okay, I'm with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Where do you get the chip? Everyone's saying do the chip challenge. Where do
you can get that like 7-Eleven, I think.
No, that sounds even crazier.
Is it next to that blue pill everybody was talking about?
Side by side.
They're right next to each other.
Goes 1-on-1.
Some drunk dude took the wrong one. Didn't know what the hell happened. All right.
Oh, real quick. Well, since no Indian food. My neighbors, they barbecue sometimes, and they they're Indian. They put whatever sauce they put on it. It's really good. They make some chicken with some sauce on there. I think they scale it back for me as well, but it's bomb. So yes, Indian food for me. Yes.
Yeah, I love Indian food. I love food. Y'all need to stop with the chip on the air. Like, ooh, you're doing too much.
Do it for free.
we would do numbers on that video though. If we all
we probably would. We
would do Jesser like numbers. You know who Jesser is? No, you don't know who Jesser is. Jesser's probably like made $10 million on YouTube. Jesser actually does stuff with the NBA.
Okay.
I got a 10-year-old. That's how I know who Jesser is.
Do Coil Ray numbers after that video I saw on my Instagram.
What Coil Ray?
What
Coil Ray?
Well, just go to Instagram. Go to Hip Hop DX. Like I'm sure that video doing numbers today.
Man, Coil Ray.
It's a weird transition. That Bronny James story was scary.
Oh my gosh, man. Jeez.
Bronny went into, I guess, cardiac arrest, which is just a stunning medical event. Especially, I mean, it's a stunning medical event associated with anybody. It's a stunning medical event associated with someone, so young. He I guess was working out, practicing, and he collapsed. Thankfully, the USC team was able to, take care of him, get him where he needed to go. He's not only out of ICU, he's stable. He's in good shape, man. But I know people of a certain age will always remember Hank Gathers. People will always remember, Reggie Lewis. Those are just the athletes. And hell, you don't have to go back but to last year. That's what DeMar Hamlin went through.
Yeah.
Just a stunning story this morning out of USC. Again, thankfully he's okay. But cardiac arrest is such a scary event.
Yeah, like first of all, I can't even imagine, the family, hearing that news and being alerted to that. So that's scary. Bronny, I can't imagine, like, from everything that we know, a healthy young man, out there just playing college basketball. And man, for that to come out of nowhere, it's sobering. It lets you know, reminds you, at any moment, anything can happen.
Yeah, man, I saw someone retweeted a photo of like a Sports Illustrated from however, like a long 80s, and it was Florence Griffith Joyner. And I remember when FloJo passed away, I was like, this ruins the whole idea of healthy.
Right.
Like, FloJo gone?
Right.
How the hell is FloJo gone? And then you realize it's not just exercising and dieting and eating, it's the structure of your body. And I don't know, like, there was so much speculation as to what happened to DeMar Hamlin on television, how it was just an impact at an event that probably couldn't happen if you tried it, a million more times. I don't think that's what happened to Bronny. No. Like, we know it's not what happened to Hank or Reggie Lewis.
Right.
But again, we're not doctors, and we don't even play them on the radio. We just send our best wishes to Bronny and the James family, because, as you said, I couldn't imagine getting that phone call.
Yeah, that's tough. And like I said, I mean, it's just, you just never know. You know what I'm saying? Like, the healthiest person in the world, if something happens with the body, like, that you have no control over, not aware of at all, you have no control over, it happens, and it's just a reminder, to value every day you wake up, every day you can see your kids and see your loved ones and see people you're close to, value it, because nothing is promised. Like I said, you could be the healthiest person in the world, and health doesn't necessarily stop you from a stroke or cardiac arrest or a car accident or anything like that. You know what I mean? Anything can happen. So just value the things that we probably take for granted, the day-to-day things that we end up taking for granted. And you want to value them as much as you possibly can.
We already made one awkward transition. Let's not attempt another. We'll just break, and then we'll come back. There's lots to talk about. There's no sense in speculating on Bronny or anything like that. The family has issued their statement. He seems to be in a good space, and that should be our only concern right now. So we'll come back. Again, there's tons of other stuff. 27 teams reported to NFL training camp today, including the San Francisco 49ers. Man, lots of news came pouring out of the early minutes of the San Francisco 49ers training camp. We'll spend some time talking about all of that. Jaylen Brown's deal is in 5 years, $304 million. We'll find out how Jesse feels about that deal for his beloved Boston Celtics. And then we'll get back into what Kendrick Perkins said yesterday when he talked about De'Aaron Fox finishing top 5 in MVP voting. So all of that's ahead here on the first hour. Plus, Trista Crick's going to join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. We're just getting started. We're so thankful you're with us. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, good job. Man. Like, moving forward? Yeah, moving forward, you're going to have to keep more. Like, anything you think of, put it in there. But what you did today was great. That went a long way. I had a lot of the show done at like 6:37. Yeah, no, that was great stuff. Great stuff. Next month is going to be the D'Lo and KC meeting. That whole meeting next month going to be about us.
Some going to be mad. People going to be mad, boy.
Well, the funny thing is, I think everybody knows. A lot of people do. I know, like Lisa. I love Lisa. Lisa been with them forever.
Yeah.
She grabs me by the arm. Hey. I got told I got to make some changes to the KSFM thing. And she didn't even say anything. She just started going, Lisa had a WrestleMania 3 shirt on today.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Still here? Yo, you got to see it.
I didn't even see it.
Yeah, at least they had a WrestleMania 3 joint on today. Yeah. Bless you. Damn, Jesse.
Yo, I did see that. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Come on, man. Jesus. That's
Wait, what is it?
come on, man. Aaron Hernandez's brother.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, he got arrested plotting to shoot up a school.
Oh, man. Come on, man.
Damn, I'm just now seeing this. Damn, Harbaugh.
Oh, how is that? How we not lead with that?
Damn.
How we not lead with that? Little upstanding Michigan program.
We in our Urban Meyer bag. That's what
Urban Meyer, you'd be grinding up on some co-ed at a
Right after the Jags game.
at a wing spot. Yeah.
I don't think he's in that bag.
Hey, Urban, you flying back to Jacksonville? Nah, fellas, you go ahead. I'll stay here.
D-Lo, I'm just you guys want pins? Oh no, Bryce, you don't have to do that. That's nice of you. You don't have to do that.
Nah, man, appreciate you. Though.
Like I mean, it's a cool idea. The fact that you sent the pic and acknowledged the gimmick, that's pretty good.
Guys, I
Brown
did see the
Rice
fight.
Bakery. No, I haven't, Jordan. That's here in town. Oh, sorry, bro.
I was just telling him I did see the fight. It didn't go. My plan didn't go necessarily as I wanted it to. I was going to get.
Was that the 5 a.m. joint?
Yeah,
I saw you tweeting about boxing. I was like, what is this fucking dude doing?
Yeah, I got up. I fell asleep. Didn't even set the alarm. The human alarm woke me up at 4:45 or so.
Well,
she was up the entire time.
she wanted to watch the fight. What you want?
Yeah, I mean, they wanted.
I told that dude happy birthday today. Ain't even his goddamn birthday.
It's
like,
not
hey,
today?
No.
What are we doing today? Then?
I have no idea. I was like, hey, man, happy birthday. He goes, oh, thank you. And then Mickey told me, I asked Mickey, I was like, is today your birthday? She was like, no, it's Sunday, the day after Aaron's. I was like, wait a minute, what the hell? What the hell are we doing? We should be celebrating Kenny today. What are we doing celebrating Aaron? Wild day here at the Odyssey Studios.
It is, man. Odyssey, a great place. They honestly, I don't think anybody would approve it, but they honestly should do like. Remember when Ebro tried to do a
This is Hot 97?
Yeah. They should do one here at Odyssey, Sacramento,
Bro,
Sacramento division.
That camera follow around Mickey, Aaron, and you get Stacy on the right day.
Yeah, man. Come on.
Oh my
man.
God.
Come
and then
on.
Kimberly would be a central figure of the whole thing. Yeah, but you get Mickey, Aaron, and then you get Stacy on the right day. Boy,
Hey,
that show would be fire.
Low key, it might be a real live version of The Office. In a way. Kim got a little Pam in her.
Okay, for someone who's seen like 3 episodes of The Office,
Yeah,
you need to calm your ass down.
Am I wrong?
You can't be out here calling the shots.
Can talk about Kimberly got a little Pam in here, bro. Relax,
Yeah,
would you?
we'll let you know who's got.
Would you
Pam.
relax? This dude sees 3 episodes of The Office and 1 at a pizzeria with no sound, and all of a sudden he's an expert.
It was at L&L Hawaiian Barbecue.
Calm down.
Speaking of, I watched Scott's Tots yesterday.
Oh.
It still holds up.
I'll skip that episode every time.
That was the first time I watched in like 5 years.
Hey, Mr. Scott, what you gonna do? What you gonna do to make the dreams come true? No, there is no. Okay, other than no.
Yeah, she got a little bit of it. I do know enough about that. She got a little bit.
Well, who's Jim then?
I don't even know who Jim is.
See, you gonna know who Pam is and not Jim. You're failing. But Aaron as Michael Scott might work. That might work.
And Stacy would be his boss.
Yeah, Stacy might be Jan.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm talking about.
Stacy might be Jan. Oh man. No, this could work. Who would be Dwight though? Who would be Dwight?
Would be
Charlie
Dwight.
might be Creed.
I feel like Creed might be one of the 98 Rock guys.
Yeah. Creed's Pat Martin, maybe. Just got to figure out who Dwight is. Who's Dwight?
I don't know if we have a Dwight.
Yeah, we might not.
You might be Dwight.
Damn.
That's a shot right there.
It's not a shot. Dwight's the black guy, right?
Jesus Christ.
Oh no, Dwight's the balding white guy, right?
Take a lap.
Well,
Take a lap.
bro.
Take a lap.
Sit this
Who's
out.
Dwight?
Sit
He's got the
this
glasses
out.
and he's got like the funny hair. He wears
Oh,
the
he's
mustard
like,
shirt.
oh no, okay, yeah, not him. Like the guy that's always trying to direct.
Can you believe this, dude? Oh, Kimberly got a lot of Pam in her. Man, will you stop?
I got Aaron and Stacy right.
Well, I said Aaron. Well, Stacy's fun. Stacy is Jan Levinson is funny. The great part is if we opened the door and told Stacy she was Jan Levinson, she might be upset. Jan Levinson, I presume. She might not feel that because she loves The Office. She might not feel that.
Do we got an Andy Bernard? Someone threw it in the chat.
Oh, an Andy. Kind of a kiss ass. Oh,
No, man, we need a show, man. We need a show. Come on, man.
you know who? Okay. Do you have an idea?
No, I don't have an idea. I have an idea for us. I feel like we're the warehouse because we were the warehouse guys. We just get disregarded the whole time.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I mean, they got another party today.
You know,
without us.
They do. You know who might be Andy? Rich Ripley. Rich Ripley might be Andy Bernard. Because Rich can sing. Rich is always walking around like happy. Like I don't think he'd ever punch a hole in the wall.
Oh my God.
But Rich might be Andy Bernard.
See, I don't know Andy Bernard.
Well, yeah, because you've watched 3 episodes and all of a sudden you're an expert. You a wild dude, bro.
We need to get it going, man. We need a show. We need a show, man. We need a show.
Is it too much to say Kevin's Oscar? Kevin's Oscar. Yeah, we could map this out. We could do this. Yeah, we could do this. This is Odyssey. Isn't that what it was called? This is Hot 97.
So. I don't remember specifically, but
it wasn't on very long.
No, it was like 3 episodes.
Yeah. It didn't make
it. Like 3 episodes.
There's Jen, our HR lady, but she's not Toby. Like I wouldn't call her Toby. She's got too much personality to be Toby.
Only we got a Toby.
Yeah, I don't think we have a Toby either.
Oh, that's who the black guy is, Stanley. That's right. Because Drew Down says Jason Jones is Stanley, but he doesn't work at Odyssey.
Yeah, that actually works. That actually works. Like no sell everything, no emotion. No, that works. Jaylen Brown.
Who's the richest person on the office?
He's
Jaylen Brown.
He's
Ryan.
David. No, what's his name?
David Wallace.
David Wallace. He's David Wallace after David Wallace sold Suck It to the military. He sold,
Oh man,
it's a true story. He sold Suck It to the military for like $1 billion. So that's Jaylen Brown in this situation.
Jaylen Brown is.
We can get you on board for Suck It if you want to join the team.
Michael H. I don't know what's wrong with that guy. That's not the David Wallace I knew.
Jaylen Brown signed a 5-year, $304 million deal with the Boston Celtics.
Let me hold $1.
3 years, he'll be making 60+ million, ending in 28-29 at 69.1. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce to you the most unique version of pocket watching that we've ever done on this show. Jaylen Brown, 7 years in the league. He has 1 year left on his current deal, which will pay him $28.5 next year. He has 5 new years on his contract that will peak in 28-29 at 69.1. This is wild. Jaylen Brown, number 3 overall pick, in 2016. 7 years in the league. We'll start with what he's made now and what he'll have at the end of this contract.
So do I get 2 wins if I win this?
You get 2. I'll give you 2 victories if you get this.
And if I get 1, I get 1.
Or 2 losses. 7 years in the league. Former number 3 overall pick. You can't even factor in next year's deal, the remaining years on this current contract. So you've got the 7 years. Obviously, it peaked last year, $26.6 million. Again, former number 3 overall pick, Jaylen Brown. How much in his career earnings? 7 seasons.
I'm gonna say, so far, he's made $115 million.
$115 million. Jesse Tapia.
I'm gonna go 132 million so far.
$132 million. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Caraway, 1-0 on the day as 7 years into his career. Jaylen Brown, $95.4 million.
That's it? Wow.
Well, both of you may have forgotten he has a year left on this current contract.
I remember.
Fast forward 6 years.
So
Jaylen Brown's career earnings will be what?
His career earnings. I'm going to put it at 405.
What's he at now?
95.4.
All right, I'll go with 410.
Jesse Tapia evens the score
What
at
the hell?
1 as it's 427.7 because you got the 28 due. And then in 2024, his contract will go from $28.5 million to $52.3 million, and it will conclude at 69.1 in the final year.
Right around here. Range.
So he's at, you said he's at 96 right now.
$95.4
So
million.
what was Kenny's first guess?
115.
Oh, I thought you said 150. Never
Yeah,
mind. I thought you were shortchanging me a win. All right, we're good.
No, I wouldn't do that.
We're good. We're good.
I wouldn't do that.
So how we got there is, and this is why I was a little thrown off. I thought his rookie extension was 4 for $90. Because the controversy of it, and I'm not saying that your numbers are wrong. I'm just saying maybe
These aren't my numbers, so it doesn't bother me.
I forgot it. What it was. I thought it was 4 for $90 because that was the time, or I thought it was maybe 4 for $100 because people were like, "Oh, Jaylen Brown got that? What's Buddy worth?"
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Oh,
So
well,
I thought it was 4 for $100, but maybe
it's probably a shade over 100 because when you factor in, again, he has a year left. So you've got the 3 years of the extension plus next year at roughly 22, 24, 26, and 28.
Did he get so? But with that extension, did he get bonuses in there? Because they didn't. That's back when they were giving you.
Yeah,
what it was.
he has incentives, but I didn't count any of that.
But I was saying that's when they were giving you what it was, not he could make up to. Like, say if we went back to when he signed his rookie extension, like the way they report it now, they probably say Jaylen Brown signs a 4-year extension for up to 125 or something like that.
Well, that's probably not true, though. We probably just started taking more notice of it because they reported De'Aaron's as the $190 million deal, didn't they?
I thought he made one. Yeah.
But he could. He was
yeah.
like he wasn't going to. Like his deal was the same one. It was the same report that Donovan got.
Yeah.
But I think we kind of knew, especially at the time he signed it, he's probably not going to get to 190. He'll get 160.
Uh-huh.
He ain't going to get to 190.
Yeah, but my whole thing is Jaylen might have hit him because what?
Well, Jaylen did hit him.
That's what I'm saying. So it got reported as 4 for $90, but if he was doing it today, it would have been 4 years for up to 126.
You nitpick over the weirdest things. I'm using the same website I use every time. I don't know what
No,
you want me to
I'm
do
not
with
saying
this.
it for a win. I'm just saying like the way I remember.
Well,
the
you got the
contract,
win.
He got 4 for $90. He probably got more than that because he's hit incentives and he's probably up to like 120
I got his
something.
total dollars at 100.9 plus the 28 that he's due next year. So he earned $400,000 of incentives the first year of the rookie extension, 1.9 in the second year, 3.1 in the third year. He's earned a total of $5.4 million worth of incentives.
Good for him. Good for him. He's probably hit, well, not all of the benchmarks, but he's hit a lot of the benchmarks.
Well,
so he can get up there.
Well, he hit the benchmarks. That's why we're here.
Right.
That's how we got to this point. He had the
All-Stars, all NBAs, things of that nature.
He had the Domantas Sabonis deal, so to speak. Like he was on a bargain. But he obliterated these all NBAs and all that. As a matter of fact, let me take one quick peek. I forgot this is a feature on the website. If I'm smart enough to find it, which I'm not. I'm not smart enough to find it.
And what are his accolades? Like, is he what, 3-time All-Star, 2-time All-NBA, or 1-time All-NBA? Like,
he's 2-time All-Star, 1-time All-NBA, and then he made the rookie team.
It's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn
good.
good.
Jaylen's good. This isn't a conversation. Like, man, that dude is good.
Yeah.
I'm a loser. I can't find it. And these are all estimates, by the way. It might be a little bit more.
And honestly, I wasn't sure he was going to be this good in his NBA career. I thought he was going to be a good ball player. But I thought he was going to be, and this is going to come off like a diss. I don't mean it as a diss.
Jaylen Brown, 2019, 4-year, $150 million contract. That's how it was reported.
I don't mean this as a diss, but I thought he was going to be more of a Marcus Smart type player. I didn't see him being as dynamic of a scorer as he ended up being. What did he average last year?
26.6
a game, man.
Yeah, when he came into the league, you get like they always talked about like he had the tools to develop. Like he's got raw talent. He could develop into this. It just turns out he actually did develop the way they wanted him to.
Good for him, man. He's had a heck of a start to his career. Now, here's the question that I asked Jesse. Do you think he plays that whole contract in Boston?
It's a good question. 6 more seasons in Boston. I think the answer is yes. Can I also point out, I think some of the conversation around this is silly. I was actually watching television this morning, believe it or not. And Stephen A, when the news, shortly after the news came through and Molly presented it, and Stephen A's first thing is, I can't wait to see what that boy Jason Tatum gonna get, because Jason Tatum is the best player on the Boston Celtics. And it's almost like it's sort of like the quarterback contract, but like it's a little bit different. And that if just you're removed a year, it's going to go up because the cap numbers go up. So it might be the same exact percentage, but because the cap is different, it's going to be a higher value. No one can make more money. You're literally getting a max contract. It's just a matter of when you sign a max contract. It's not a $304 million of value. That's what Jaylen Brown is. So Jason Tatum's going to be $400 million. No, that's not how contract negotiations work in the NBA. There's a max. Jason Tatum will be a max player when it's time to extend his contract. So I think the max is like 36%, 37%. That's a James Ham question. 36 or 37% of the max. That's what he's going to get. And the number is going to be higher than Jaylen's because it won't be till next year or the year after or whenever Tatum's contract is due.
Hey, I thought, and you got a better idea of this than I do, but I also thought maybe he had more it reached more benchmarks to get it, almost like but I guess they're about the same.
Well, once you get
it's a all NBA, it's
I don't think the more benchmarks matter. Like all you have to do is get there. Like once you're
that's
there,
what I'm saying. Like
the amount of times you do it doesn't matter.
1 or 3 all NBAs, it don't matter.
That's right.
Just get there. So I was trying to think if there was any other, but I don't think so. Like it, and they don't go by. At least I don't think they don't go by. Oh, you finished in top 5 voting for MVP. None of that.
Now there's bonuses for that, but that's it.
Right.
Like that's That's not surface level stuff on a contract.
Mm-hmm.
That's still a hell of a deal.
That
That's
is,
still a
man.
hell of a contract.
That
for
is
Jaylen
biggest,
Brown.
the richest deal in the NBA.
And you know what matters the most is years of service. That's what years of service to the team that you're on.
Mm-hmm.
So Jaylen and Tatum are both Boston drafted guys, Boston Celtics guys. They're going to be they're going to get some of the biggest contracts we've ever seen because their rookie contracts are with them, their rookie extensions are with them, and now, you know, both being all NBA players multiple times, their max contracts are through them. That's something that, you know, guys like, you know, KD leaving Oklahoma City. KD would have hit like some incredible benchmarks if he had stayed with the Oklahoma City Thunder. LeBron James, same thing if he had stayed in Cleveland. Like he would have gotten just these, you know, even, you know, at their time, just massive, massive contracts. We've learned since then, that's not how LeBron does deals. LeBron does deals to put pressure on teams like the 1+1 or the 2+1 or different things like that. And he forgoes a lot of basketball money in order to do that.
Yeah.
These guys, they don't have Spring Hill Entertainment and all of those different size projects. Like the bulk of like their money, at least for now, is going to come through their basketball career. And this is how you could take advantage of it. Like Steph, like if the Golden State Warriors choose to sign Steph to another 4 year, he's going to get a deal that squashes this one. I don't know if it'll be a 5-year deal, but should they choose to do that, he'll get a deal that squashes this because it'll be 2 years down the road. Cap will be higher.
Cap going up.
And it's Steph Curry. And we know how the Golden State Warriors pay for nostalgia.
Well, there's no price.
No, Steph is not nostalgia.
Yeah, no, there's with the Warriors, there's no price on nostalgia.
Nope.
There's no price.
Boy, you're all right, we'll get to it in a minute. It should be. No, we'll get to it right now. Your boy was funny yesterday. Giannis was joking about Saudi money. LeBron was joking about Saudi money. Dame was joking about Saudi money. And then here comes Draymond Green. Like, buddy.
I quoted that one. I put LOL. Like,
Hey,
Draymond.
Brody, you are not in this group. Unless the Golden State Warriors are moving to Saudi Arabia, that bag ain't coming for you, dog.
Oh, man, come on.
Sit your ass down.
Come on.
That dude, that dude threw himself into the conversation with Giannis, LeBron, and Dame. Boy, if you don't stop.
I mean, yeah, like Draymond's a good player. I'm not down on like everyone else. He's a good player, but they're not paying $700 million for you to come run the offense, bro. Like that's not what this is.
Hey,
they're not paying $700 million for 4 points, 8 assists, and 6 rebounds.
triple single. That boy lost it. Hey, so did you follow that though? Did you know? Like, a lot of people didn't find that fun. Like, not Draymond.
I didn't see like responses.
Not again. I'm not talking about Draymond.
Yeah,
but you saw so many guys respond to the Mbappe report about $1 billion for a season. And, you know, that sparked the LeBron James thing. And, you know, Giannis got in on the act like, hey, I look like Mbappe, take me. And a lot of people were like, okay, so we've gotten to the stage of this like Saudi, what is the Saudi investment group? I think I can't remember what they're called, something like that. And how like they've infiltrated sports so much that everyone has forgotten what the original outrage over all of this was. And now you have like LeBron making jokes about it and Giannis making jokes about it. And it's like, wait a minute, you've forgotten the problem. Like you've allowed these astronomical numbers that are being paid to steer you from what the original issue was with all of this. And it's you know, there'll be it'll be blood money. You know, you could bring up the Washington Post journalist. You could you bring up, you know, inhumane treatment, like all of these different things. We're so far removed from that because of what is the Crown Jewel and the WWE's partnership with them, and then Live, and now the PGA partnership with them. And now you're seeing all of this money thrown around, and now it's a punchline. And I saw a lot of news people reacting to this like, yo, this isn't funny. You guys have allowed this to infiltrate sports in a way. Now you think it's a joke. Now you forgot what the problem was to begin with.
Right.
And and admittedly, I did too. Like it's like they're it's here.
Yeah.
And that's clear. WWE was the at least that I'm aware of, the first major entertainment organization to partner with them.
Mm-hmm.
Then you had the Live thing, and now you got PGA jumping on with Live.
Mm-hmm.
And now you have, all of these different things where money's getting used as a way to almost, oh, maybe it's not so bad.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we could talk about it. Maybe we could joke about it. Maybe this will cushion the blow if I actually get offered something to go play.
I mean, and I don't know. I think it was behind Crown Jewel, but on maybe a scale that, isn't registered to as many people, but boxing is routinely talked about using the Saudi bag to make these fights. Because in boxing, the whole thing, unlike the UFC, boxers are like, hey, I'm not stepping in the ring for less than 30 million, both of them, right? And they're like, all right, well, pay-per-view is different. The whole structure of the sport is different. Of sports in general is different. Like, how are we going to find $60 million to get the fighters in? And, of course, the Bob Arum, we got to make our money. And they're like, well, we can't do it here. Let's just go to Saudi Arabia. They'll do it. And I think Anthony Joshua, Andy Ruiz, too, was, I know for a fact it was in Saudi Arabia. I think it was mid 2019 or something like that. And I think Crown Jewel was before that. They had a Crown Jewel before that. But I was like the second sport that went over there. And now they routinely talk about, well, some of these guys, like the Bob Arums, they always talk about, hey, we'll just go to Saudi and have the fight there. And like you said, they don't really think twice about it. They just go now. You know what I mean? And
I wonder how much of it is so-and-so did it. Like, we're so far along. What could the outrage really be if I did it? Like, WWE did it. Boxing did it. PGA did it. This person did it. That person. Why can't I do it?
Well, I mean, let's call it what it is. And I alluded to it a little bit yesterday. It's just greed.
Oh, 100, no doubt.
It's just greed.
No doubt.
And I'm not trying to act holier than thou or whatever, because, I'm just not. But I'll use the boxers, for example. They could fight and make 15 million a piece, but they want their 50 million a piece. So they'll be like, all right, I'll go over there. Where, like I said, I'm not trying to tell anybody, I'm not pocket watching in this sense, but 15 million is just fine. 15 million a piece is just fine. But you got to get greedy and get everything that you could get. And now you're like, well, I don't really care about, how we got here or what the reason this money is available for or the whole issue behind it. And I gotta get everything that I can get. And for some people, it has no bounds really. And once again, I'm not trying to, I would like right now, Kenny Caraway, I would like to think if I was faced with, yo, you can work for Odyssey, make 250 million, but you can work for Odyssey, Saudi Arabia and make $1 billion. I like to be like, no, 250 is good enough for me. I like to think that right now, but I'm not in those situations. So I don't want to tell people, oh, this is what I would do and how could you? I don't know that. But it just seems, not being in those situations, that if I had 250, 300 million here, I don't need $1 billion. I'm okay right here. But the greed allows people to go kind of, test what their morals are in these situations.
Yeah, 250 million in California. That's probably about 137 bucks. But
whorehouse.
But see, I don't know, because for me, I wondered, like 250 million. I'm probably entering money I'm never going to spend.
Mm-hmm.
Right. For you though,
no.
No. I'm not making a Kenny Caraway bank account joke, though they do write themselves. You've got Reese, and you've got Ryan.
Yeah.
Like you've got you could not only set them up,
mm-hmm.
but you could set their families up for, like, you're talking generational wealth,
mm-hmm.
like multi-generational wealth that you could have.
But
I got nothing to pass it down to.
But still, like,
it could be different.
I know times change. Things, $1 million ain't what it was 25 years ago. I get
Mm-hmm.
that, but like I can't do that with $300 million. set them up. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know.
And even you talk about these guys who are joking about it, the LeBrons, the Giannis. This ain't PJ Tucker being offered his contract and then a Saudi bag.
No, I got
this
you.
is Giannis and LeBron. Like, we just saw what Jaylen's gonna make.
But again,
Giannis, you're gonna get another 300. You're gonna end up with $1 billion over the end of your career.
No, I understand. I also like, again, we talked about, LeBron, 39 years to become a billionaire, or 37 years, whenever he hit billionaire status.
Mm-hmm.
He could double that in this hypothetical situation with one trip over there.
Absolutely, he could. But if you're conflicted,
And now you talk about owning. Now LeBron owns the Las Vegas LeBrons by himself versus owning the Las Vegas LeBrons with somebody else.
Understandable. But if you're conflicted, you already got a Billy.
1.5.
You need two. You need two. You already got a Billy. You need two. If you're conflicted. If you're not conflicted, then yeah, go ahead, get your. If you can sleep at night and you're good, then there's nothing to worry about. But if you're like, man, I don't agree with what happened over there, but it is another $1 billion. Like, that's when I'm like, come on, man. Like, you already got $1 billion. If you're that against how that other $1 billion was generated, you're good. Like, just stay where you're at.
Yeah, you're right. In that sense, like, it's fine. But if you're not,
and you do what you do.
We'll come back. Want to talk about De'Aaron Fox and what Kendrick Perkins said about him yesterday. Also want to talk about Paul George. Man, I'm becoming a bigger Paul George fan by the day. And he said something to our buddy Law Murray that really, really got my attention. So we'll bring that. Plus, championship windows opening and closing in the NBA. Training camp getting underway. Lots of stuff ahead here as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm gonna stop by. Yeah. I'll stop by before.
Is it close?
It's on Douglas, right? Oh, okay. Are you here Thursday till 6? Okay. We got to start recording stuff for the 50th celebration of hip hop. So I just wanted to make sure you were here. I'm going to try to get it because we got Sky River tomorrow.
Did he, I'll just text you what I was going to ask you.
This shit was harder than I thought. Because I didn't know what I was like, because I don't know what he's playing. So it's like, all right, what's the most important? And so once I got through, the first block was tough because it's like, that's like Grandmaster Flash and Sugar Hill. The second block was a little easier because that's where like Illmatic comes into play, Ready to Die, all of that. I actually meant to ask him something. How much time do we have?
We can have since there's no question and answer usually on the 13th round, we can talk about it. We can talk about it, man. I'm gonna talk about it officially on the 13th round, but that boy anyway. Hey, man, I'm gonna say it on the 13th round, but I'll say it right now. There ain't nobody 130 and below that's beating that man. There ain't nobody. And I think there might be some 130s that could beat him, but he could beat a lot of 130s. He could beat a lot of 135s. He might be a lot of 135. That boy is special. Special. There ain't nobody below 130 that's touching that dude. Like, that's not even up for debate. That's not even a question. 130, you might have some guys that maybe can mess with him. 135s, same thing. Like people saying right now, he's talking about Tank. I don't think he beats Tank, but his power, that may be something Tank hasn't seen before. I'm going to just be honest with you. If they fought at power, maybe something Tank has never seen before. I don't know if we'll ever see that. I don't know if the weight difference is too much that they'll never be on the same page, but I'd love to see that fight. But I know this. Ain't no 118s, 122s, catch weight of 126. Ain't none of them people beating. Ain't none of them beating him. None of them. They all too small. They're all too small for that dude. They have no shot. Oh, he sent Loma into retirement. He would send that boy into retirement. Loma, he don't hit hard enough. He don't hit hard enough to keep Inoue off of him. He'd send Loma into retirement.
Yeah, I should have told Stacy was talking. I should have told her about the Jan Levinson remark. Man. Jan Levinson, I presume.
No, I'm gonna have the official one at 2:13, or 2. I don't know, sometime in the 2 because we got Trista today, but I'll have an official one. We just talking right now. Yeah, I'll probably do 143.
Trista Crick coming up at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. If you want to be a part of the conversation, you most definitely can. 916-909-1320. We'll get into NFL training camp. Some of the news coming out of San Francisco 49ers training camp. 27 teams reported today. Many players did not, including a couple in Santa Clara. We will get to that. Hey, shout out Paul George, man. I really enjoy Podcast P. He talked to Mikal Bridges recently. Mikal Bridges, obviously, I'm a huge fan of Mikal Bridges as well. He talked about the trade to Brooklyn. Had some pretty good jokes in there about how Phoenix played, there a couple of days earlier, and he knew like this is going to be my home soon.
No, you were saying before, because to us, I'm trying to think. Didn't the deal kind of come out of nowhere for us? Like we were like,
well,
there wasn't at least with the way we were following. There weren't outward talks of KD going to Brooklyn. It kind of came out of nowhere.
It happened really, really quickly. But of course, he had already mentioned Brooklyn during his first trade request. Remember, during the offseason.
You mean Phoenix? KD or Michael?
No, Kevin Durant. He had mentioned Brooklyn he had mentioned Phoenix. I mean, he had mentioned Phoenix as part of his thing. So Mikel is like, "Oh yeah, KD wants to come here. I'm gone. Like we know what time it is. Like they ain't trading Book. They ain't trading Chris. Like we're gone."
And that's also like a sign of, I'm that good because they ain't trading campaign. Like that's not going to get it done. It's gonna be a guy, if I'm Mikal Bridges, a guy like myself. Because like you said, I'm not Book, but I'm good enough to be traded for Kevin Durant.
Yeah. Really, really good podcast. Really, really good addition to that podcast. But something that stood out was less related to the podcast and more about Law Murray over at The Athletic. Law Murray, friend of the show, of course. He talked to Paul George about this podcast. And one thing that came up was like when Brandon Miller and I think it was Carmelo's son, they talked about how Paul George is their guy.
Yeah.
Like that's our GOAT. That's my guy. And Paul George was like, I felt sorry for those kids that they got backlash for that. Like I saw it, like, of course I saw it, but they're getting discredited as basketball players because of how they feel about me. And he was like, that sucks for them because now it's like, you can't express how you feel about hoop or you're going to get made fun of. And I thought that was such an incredible response for what is really a Paul George diss. Like they was acting like Paul George was a scrub.
Right.
And everybody has like favorite players that might not be the greatest player of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows who mine is.
Mm-hmm.
Russell Westbrook is not the greatest player of all time. I understand that. But I love to watch him. I'm always going to love to watch him.
Yeah.
Even if he's scoring 2 points a game, I'm going to love to watch him.
Yeah.
I thought that was a pretty unique. I thought that was a pretty unique view from Paul George's perspective. Because really all he was looking out was for these young players that he was talking to.
Yeah, man. And that's, this is what happens sometimes where we're at, in my opinion, where we're at sometimes when it's like, people too smart for their bridges when it comes to basketball.
No.
You know what I'm
Damn
saying?
precious.
And I'm not trying to denigrate anybody or anything like that, but it's all these these stats and the analytics, and it really tells you this guy isn't as good as you think they are, and all this, or you think they are. But it's like, man, come on, man. And this is the separation. This is the frustration between people that just really love basketball and to some degree play basketball, and the people that follow it and report on it sometimes and give tweets with these numbers sometimes, right? I loved Allen Iverson. I'm pretty sure there's analytics that say Allen Iverson probably wasn't that good. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
I loved his game. I try to play like Allen Iverson. That's the bottom line.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care about all this other stuff. So Kion and Brandon Million and all these other guys, they saw Paul George and they're like, yo, this dude is nice. Like I'm kind of tall right now. Instead of sticking me on the block, I want to be on the perimeter like Paul George. He's 6'9", 6'8", whatever, maybe 6'10", and he can handle. Like, I want to do that. That's who I'm gonna modern my game after. And I would watch, and if I'm one of those two guys, I'd watch him and I'd study him, and so I spent so much time watching him, and he was a source of inspiration to a certain degree because of where I was on the court, with my size and his skill set and trying to have the same skill set. Yeah, I wanted to be like Paul George. But you come out and say that, and I'm like, Paul George, have you seen his playoff numbers? Have you seen, like, shut up, man. This is where you get some of these guys, man. It's just like, shut the hell up. Like, what? Why are you watching the game? Do you really love the game, or are you just trying to like have gotcha moments and sound smarter than everybody else? Because if you really love the game, you sit there and be like, yo, this dude, he's amazing. He's amazing. I don't care what his analytics and his vorp says.
Farhan, hi. Welcome to the
he
show.
watches basketball.
Yeah, apparently.
I don't care about all
he
that.
He signed Draymond to a $100 million contract.
I don't care about all that. I like watching this dude play, and when he's playing, that's some of the things that I talk about with Kyrie. You guys talk about how I wax poetically about Kyrie. I just love watching him play basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm in awe of him when he plays basketball, and all that other, not like this off the court, but even like just the analytics of it all. I don't care. I just love watching this dude play basketball, and I feel people get lost in that sometimes.
Well, I think, and part of that is the social media world where you can interact with people that you've literally never met in your life before, and they can tell you how stupid you are for thinking Kyrie Irving or for Kyrie Irving being your favorite player. Other things people don't take into consideration, and part of this again is the social media world is like how many people listening to this right now for the next 7 years, 8 years, 10 years. De'Aaron Fox is going to be their favorite player.
Mm-hmm.
And I love De'Aaron. De'Aaron may very well be an MVP one day, and we'll talk about that in a minute. I don't know that De'Aaron is on a trajectory to be the greatest player of all time. But when it comes to your greatest player of all time, that's not a factor.
Right.
It doesn't matter. Like that's when you have a KC's list of top 25, a D'Lo and KC list of top 25 games of the Kings season. That's the list recreated. Mm-hmm. Those are how we felt about the game. Those are how we felt about those. There isn't analytics behind them. You can make your own list.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about the top athletes in the world. Those everyone when you talk about the top 10 players of all time in the NBA or the NFL or any particular sport or the top this in this field of all time. the reason it gets such a reaction is because everybody can form their own opinion. And that's where some of these shows that are on TV lose me, is because you tell me this person's opinion is stupid.
Right.
Well, what am I going to watch them for if I think their opinion is stupid?
Right.
Like that doesn't make any sense. But I loved Paul George's response. I thought he just had the, like, don't like, these kids are great. These young men are great basketball players. Don't discredit their basketball opinion because they didn't say Michael Jordan or LeBron James, which I guess are the only two acceptable answers now.
Right.
Like, there's a lot of people who grew up loving Paul George. There are people who grew up loving, like you said, Kyrie Irving, Allen Iverson, Russell Westbrook. How many players in this last draft talked about how much they loved Russell Westbrook? That has nothing to do. Exactly. Yeah.
Pattern his game after him. So
I've become a bigger fan of Paul George this offseason. I was already a fan of Paul George. I've become a much bigger fan of Paul George this offseason.
I've always liked Paul George. I remember the time that they were in the bubble and he was just awful. I remember I was talking about how bad he was, and the pandemic peak came around or whatever. And at first it was funny. And then for me personally, I was just watching and I was like, it's something more than, oh, it's the playoffs, he's not playing well. Like, he's not himself right now. You know what I mean? And it's one of the times I factor in all this stuff, you know, like we joke about it a little bit. But James Harden, it's so drastic. It's not even real. Like, it's got to be something that maybe you have certain anxiety for pressure moments or whatever, but it's not just, it's the playoffs and I shoot bad. Like, you got some stuff that you just can't get over, you know, in those situations. So, you know, look, it's fun. We have a good time. I'm always going to, if it's not super serious, like, yeah, we could chuckle about it, but always in the back of my mind, when somebody is struggling that bad in a moment, it's like, this is something that they can't get over. And I remember seeing that with Paul George in the pandemic. And, you know, he talked about depression, anxiety, and all this other stuff. And that's exactly what it looked like when he was out there on the court. And I respected the fact that he was open about those type of things. And I swear when I say this ain't a dig at Draymond. I'm just saying, because they always bring him up. They talk about how he would be great. I think Paul George would be far better in a media setting, on a inside
question.
NBA or something like that, because there's a level of self-awareness and openness about himself that makes for great TV. That's what we see with Charles Barkley. That's what we see sometimes with Shaquille O'Neal. And that's why they're great, because they have self-awareness and they're not afraid to say, you know what, Charles Barkley, I didn't win. I can't speak about winning a championship and what it takes. I didn't win. I didn't get there. That's something that eludes me and all this. He'll talk about that stuff. And I think Paul George, you know, he would talk about his struggle in the playoff when talking about somebody else struggling in the playoffs probably. So he'd be great on TV. There's a place for Draymond as well. I'm not saying he shouldn't be on TV. There's a place for him, but I just think I would enjoy Paul George a lot more in that setting when it's all said and done.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter as well. Facebook also. It was probably Bryce or Leezy, because they send me a lot of like clips and reels to make sure we're up to date on everything. And they sent me a clip of it was LeBron talking about the bubble. And then Steven Adams talking about the bubble, and it's intertwined into one reel. And it was a way of making fun of LeBron, because that's what you do. And LeBron was talking about how, like, I hated it. It felt like the walls were closing in on you, and like it was miserable. And then it cuts to the Steven Adams clip where he's like, oh, it wasn't that big of a deal. It's basketball inside, you know, Disney Center. It's not a big deal. And I love that, like, people take that and use that as a way to make fun of LeBron and talk about how, you know, dramatic LeBron James is, while failing to account, with all due respect, because I'm a big Steven Adams fan, no one gives a crap what Steven Adams thinks about anything. Meaning, when the Bucks walked off the court, nobody called Steven Adams.
Mm.
Nobody asked him to lead this squad,
Mhm.
meaning the entire NBA. Nobody went to Steven Adams and said, hey, should we shut the league down for the year? Nobody asked him.
Mhm.
You know who they did ask, though? They asked LeBron. And LeBron had to be the one of the leaders, in addition to Chris Paul and a handful of other guys through this whole process. Like if LeBron had said in that meeting that Chris Paul talked about on the pivot, if LeBron had said, we need to go home, guess what? Season would have been over. There would have been no Lakers Mickey Mouse championship. There would have been no Phoenix Suns. Vlade Divac might still be the general manager of the Sacramento Kings. But he didn't. And I think that's the difference between people's responses. Sometimes we look at, we don't look like a little bit deeper than the surface to think, well, LeBron and Steven Adams, they don't have the same experience at all. And LeBron is counted on to do a lot more than Steven Adams is. Thus, they're different responses. The Steven Adams, oh, it's not Syria, mate. It's just basketball. Okay.
Man.
Well, we'll see when you're responsible for the salary of the 15th player on the Sacramento Kings. When you determine whether those guys get paid for the next 2 months, then we'll see how you feel about this situation. LeBron knows. Chris Paul knows.
And look, we ain't even got to go that far. We just talked about it. That's LeBron's experience. That's how LeBron. If LeBron wasn't responsible for nobody but LeBron, he's entitled to be miserable there if he wants to be miserable. If Steven Adams is responsible for himself or 40 other guys, he's entitled to say it's not that big of a deal for me. That's their personal experience to that experience. Right?
I understand, but the point I was making is they're not the same experience.
I get your point, but what I'm saying is for somebody to make fun of somebody who said I was miserable there, that's how they were miserable there. They were miserable there.
I'd be miserable being anywhere but my house for 2 months.
They don't need it in that particular case. They don't need no extra caveat. They were miserable. That's not a sign of weakness. That's not a sign of, being dramatic. They were miserable there. Like I said, we just got done talking about these guys loving Paul George. That's their experience. So I'm not going to tell them they're stupid or anything else like that. LeBron said he was miserable. That's his experience. I'm not going to tell him he's soft or anything. There's guys with far less responsibility than LeBron James who said, yeah, I was miserable. You know what I mean? And there's guys that had a lot of responsibility who were like Steven Adams, who said, I could handle it. It was cool. I was okay. So, like I said, we got into talking about Paul George and his response to the kids. It's the same thing here, in my opinion. That's how they felt. That was their experience and how they felt being in those type of situations. And who am I or anybody else to say they're soft for feeling that way?
Yeah,
and then you throw, and then you throw on what you talked about, the added responsibility that somebody like LeBron James had compared to the lack thereof of somebody like Steven Adams. Now we're just adding on more to a reason why LeBron probably didn't like it at all, or Chris Paul didn't like it at all, and why somebody like, I'm not even going to name a player, but that didn't have responsibility was like,
Patrick Beverly.
Patrick Beverly.
New media.
Oh man. That dude, he didn't even play in the bubble, and he was the reason why I thought the Clippers lost. I'm just being real. I watched that like, they got to get him out of town. He messing everything up.
He's been on 97 teams since then. Maybe he'll get the Saudi bag. We're going to build our team around Pat Bev. Goodness gracious, man. Kendrick Perkins said yesterday he thinks De'Aaron Fox can finish top 5 in MVP voting. He was on a list with, I think Giannis was first. Anthony Davis was up there. Jason Tatum was up there. And obviously Nikola Jokic was up there. But we've seen De'Aaron. I think one thing that's so interesting to look forward to as it pertains to De'Aaron Fox is we've seen De'Aaron, grow and make these jumps on bad teams. Last year, we saw him grow and make a jump on a really, really good team. And the funny thing is, I think everyone, and I don't want to say I think everyone, a lot of people have talked about Keegan Murray. We've talked a lot about Keegan Murray and his growth, but I think there was a point last week or the week before where we circled back and we're like, the success of this team may again ride on the shoulders of De'Aaron Fox. And what maybe not leap De'Aaron can take, but even bigger step forward than he took last year. Can he take, and maybe numbers over numbers, year over year, maybe that's an integral step in terms of, it's a 1.5 more, or it's 2 points more, or it's a couple percentages here on the free throw percentage, or a couple percentages here on the 3-point shooting, which maybe he's averaging the same thing, which is something you broke down a couple of weeks ago. Maybe he's averaging the same exact numbers, but his percentages are higher, so he's more efficient, which means Keegan Murray is getting more shots, or Sasha is getting more shots, or Malik is getting, or someone is getting more opportunities to score. And I don't think we've seen the best of De'Aaron Fox yet. Yeah. And that's what I just keep getting hung up on. And when we looked up at the screen and saw NBA Today and Kendrick Perkins putting out that list, I was like, man, that is the furthest thing from a wild thought, because we still have not seen the best of five.
I agree. And I think it's always going to be that way for De'Aaron Fox here in Sacramento. They're going to go where he goes. That's the burden of being a great player. That's a burden. Some people look at it as a burden. This being one of the best players in the league. We can say that about any of them. Just take your pick. Yeah, the Bucks are going to go as far as Giannis doing what he's supposed to do, right? Like, Giannis can't come back down.
Yeah.
Embiid can't come back down.
Right.
Jokic can't come. That's just what it is. And De'Aaron Fox is in that boat where you did 25 a night last year. I think he ended up getting up to 6 or 7 assists on the season. That's got to be the benchmark. That's got to be the floor, because you're that good. You're that dude. You're one of the top 20 players in the league. You are an all-NBA player. You are an all-star. So that's the floor. If you can expand upon that, if you can push it up to 26, 27, 28 a night, 7, 8 assists again, have better percentages, now that the team is going to go to a whole nother level. But it's, to me, because I think he's the best player. I think he's the best player. I think he's the most important player. I know there's always a conversation with that with Domas or whatever, but respectfully to Domas and everybody who feels that way, De'Aaron is the straw that stirs the drink. If you don't have De'Aaron, you don't have nothing. And
well, I think what an important component of this conversation is for the last year, of course, for the first time, he doesn't have to do it alone.
Alone.
It was always De'Aaron. Yeah, I mean, I think De'Aaron even said it. I can't have an off night. Like, I can't be bad or we're going to lose. Well, that's as evidenced by a game we'll talk about today. That wasn't the case this past year.
Right.
He can miss a game. He can be bad in a game. He has enough help now to that not be the determining factor, and him having the ability that great players should have. It's like, had a rough night. Shake it off, come back, do work the next night. Whereas in years past, De'Aaron had a rough night. Kings lost by 40. Okay. Can't have another one of those again. Got to be ultra focused. Got to do. One rough night turned into 2. Now De'Aaron's having a bad stretch. Now it just becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Now De'Aaron has help. And that's probably more than anything what leaves me the most confident that last year wasn't his best year. Last year was his best year so far, but it's not going to be, that's not the one. Like, the one hasn't happened yet. And the more he gets to play with a solid roster around him, with Domantas Sabonis around him, the more likely that next year will be better than last year. And then the year after that will be better than this coming year. And we could see his career start to take that trajectory. Because I think that's what we're looking at.
I would love that. I would love to see that.
Do have a question, though. What's that mean for Davion Mitchell? We'll talk about that. We've talked about a lot of guys. I don't think we've talked a lot about Davion so far in the true portion of this offseason. So we'll talk about Davion. We got Trista Crick set to join us at the top of the hour, and we'll talk about championship windows opening and closing for NBA teams when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Okay.
Slide right now because I'll be here for a while. You need anything out there?
Oh, I'm good, man. Thank you. Oh man. Yeah, I'm with you, Doc. I think you're right, Dr. David. Just and we're not talking about massive jumps anymore. We're just talking about things like I just think he can be better. I think he was really good last year, and I think he's far, far, far from peaked. I think he's going to have an even better year this season.
The crazy thing is, like, MVP, like, that's not like a far, like, distance goal for him.
Nah, it doesn't feel like that anymore, given the way that he played.
And, like, let's say he does get one of those or whatever. Like, what does his career end up looking like?
Oof.
If you're winning MVPs, I mean, eventually you become a Hall of Famer and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty amazing too to think De'Aaron could legitimately be, because I don't think anyone is great, and we talked about earlier, like Boogie was great. We were never going to be able to talk about him being in the MVP conversation because his team was so bad. And the fact now that the two things do have to go hand in hand. You have to be great, and your team has to be great. There's very few exceptions for that. Like the Oklahoma City Thunder weren't great, but they exceeded everybody's expectation, and Russell Westbrook did something historic. So usually the team plays a massive, massive part in a player winning an MVP. Appreciate you, Cutting Pete. Man, we got Cutting Pete tapping in Vegas. We got Bryce tapping in Anaheim. Bryce is on the longest trip to Disneyland, I think, in history.
Come, Pete, what you doing in Vegas, man? What you out there for? What you out there for? Basketball, or you just out there for you just chilling? Because it's a big basketball week out there. I mean, the whole month is between NBA, between travel ball. Vegas in July is where it's at. Yeah, they got a lot of food.
We might I just realized we have that final 45 minutes. We might I think I'll save all of the football stuff for then.
Okay.
Just because we need something to fill it. Yeah, I think we're clear for the week. I think they're 1 week on, 1 week off. Thank you. Chester's right. Cutting Pete. Bet the King's over. Get to that sports book.
Man, they be hating unless they changed it this year. Because last year I went to go put that money down, man. They didn't have that. All they had was championship odds. I said, man, if you don't put that number up there so I can bet a couple C notes on that, because I was sure about that one.
Kenny got that Saudi money. Hit the thumbs up while you're here, please. Pretty, please. Oh, come on, man. Did you see what Rockin' New Era tagged us in? The leaked photo of James Harden.
Yeah.
It's Mark Henry in a James Harden jersey. That's terrible.
Funny, but terrible.
Oh, very funny. Yeah, very funny.
Are him and Dame on two different teams come game one?
Doesn't feel like him.
I think Dame might be. I don't think Homeboy is. I don't think Harden is.
The thing is, who budges first between Harden and Morey? Because they're both stubborn as hell.
I don't think either one. I just think Harden shows up. What? I didn't say nothing. Oh, finally, they put a date on it. I've been waiting for this since you told me about it. The Spider Across the Spider-Verse. I swear to
Watch
God,
that.
dude.
No. Well, it's better than that. Just smacking in people's ear. But
August 8th it comes out.
yeah, we was looking for that over the weekend. They're
Yeah,
like
it's not
pre-order.
digital download. I don't know if it's available on a streaming service, but like a download on. Trista Crick set to join us at the top of the 2:00 hour. Trista wanted to talk hip hop. She got a question for you.
For me.
We were having a lengthy text exchange Saturday morning. She's at home, so she's in Portland. So if you're
That's where
following
all the pictures.
yeah, if you're following Trista on Twitter, you see she keeps posting these pictures from her past, and it's like, oh yeah, TK at home. She got time. So we'll talk to her coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour. Always very, very fun conversations with Trista. I'm sure she'd love to weigh in on this De'Aaron Fox MVP conversation. I'm sure she'd love to weigh in on one of her favorite players, her boy, Davion Mitchell. We keep talking about the growth of De'Aaron Fox. We keep talking about how, De'Aaron could find himself in an MVP conversation. We keep talking about how De'Aaron is the leader of the squad, how this team goes as far as De'Aaron will take them. Well, Davion has the unique position of he is firmly the backup. But not only is he the backup, he's a bench player who has very high expectations for himself. He's a bench player who I think the organization has very high expectations for. And he has a very unique skill set. Some would tell you, some in the league would tell you, like a one of one, the best on-ball defender in the league. You've heard that from Kings players. You've heard that from opponents. You've heard that from analysts. You've heard that from writers. You've heard that from a lot of different people. At some point, we have to acknowledge, this might be true. Davion Mitchell might very well be the best on-ball defender in the entire league. But we always want a little bit more from him. If our theory, our projection is accurate, and De'Aaron can find himself in an MVP conversation, what's that mean for Davion? Because we always know De'Aaron's minutes are there. But what's that mean for Davion Mitchell?
For me personally, it means Davion will be one of the best backup point guards in the league. And all he has to do for me is more of the same of what he did last year. I was one of those guys, and I still am. I think Davion is just fine. I think what he brings to the table, way he plays, I think it's just fine. I want to see him improve naturally. I want him to be a better shooter just naturally. But if he played the same way he did this past season, I'd have no problem with it. I think he is a perfect third guard, fourth guard, whatever the case may be. He's also a guy that could possibly start in this league. And he's your backup point guard. So they have him under club control for another few years. After I think that this third year is extension eligible this season, or how does
I think you pick up options?
Pick up the option at the end of this season, and then see if you can get him on the rookie. He's part of this core
for sure.
He's here. And I know how I can assume at least how he is as a player, as a competitor. He wants to start. Like we just finished saying, he's a guy that can start in this league. He wants to be a starting guy. He wants more minutes. He wants more opportunity. So I know that's something that he wants. But I think he's extremely valuable to this team. And I think he's just going to get better skill-wise. Like the percentages are going to continue to go up. Even if the minutes stay around the same, the percentages will go up. And I have no qualms about it. And I never did. You've heard me talk about it all season. I never had a problem with Davion Mitchell and his production or what he was doing. And there was just, people were kind of freaking out anymore. He's fine. Leave him alone. Let him defend. Sometimes the shot will be on. Sometimes it'll be off. You got to deal with that. But live with that because what he does on the defensive end, guarding guys, is special. And I was glad to see in the playoffs. Unfortunately, he went away from it in the last couple games for his own reasons, but he was closing games out.
Mm-hmm.
Davion was in there closing games out, guarding Steph Curry at the end of games.
He hit that huge shot in game 1.
Yeah, game two.
Game two.
He hit the corner 3. I think he had 14 points in that game and played a great defense. And he was closing games out. That's it. That's his destiny right now with the Sacramento Kings as long as De'Aaron Fox is there. He's also a guy that I believe if something were to happen to De'Aaron Fox, you can, for 2 weeks or something like that, you can definitely get by with Davion Mitchell starting at the point guard position. So I obviously wax poetically about Davion Mitchell. I think he's great on this team in the role that he's in.
because he plays the side of the court that you don't.
Yeah, see, that's why I would love him. I'm like, you defend,
You do it. Yeah,
while I
yeah,
get
you
these
do
shots
it.
up.
You know,
be a hellacious defender, by the way.
you know who doesn't really?
Yeah, one of my favorite players was Gary Payton.
Okay.
So I was like, yeah, I'm the glove out here.
Okay.
And then my responsibility as a scorer started to go up. It's like,
No wonder.
I can't be
Yeah.
Kawhi out here.
Yeah, well, some people strive to be quiet. Some people strive to be Paul George. Like that. I don't want to go back to that Paul George discussion. We act like that dude wasn't one of the best, if not the best two-way player in the league for a few years.
When healthy, he still is.
Like that. If you find that if that dude is your favorite player, you could be doing a lot worse.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know who doesn't think Davion is just fine? Davion. Davion talked rather in-depthly with, and that's one of the great things about Davion is he just is straight up with Chris Haynes at Charlene's Beauty Supply for that live broadcast that they did. He's like, I've got to get more consistent in shooting. Like, well, what I can do on the defensive end is special, but what we do on the offensive end is what got us to where we were. And I've got to be better in that regard. And you never have to wonder, man, I wonder if Davion worked out today. It's literally a question you never have to ask yourself. Now, if you want to ask yourself, how many times did Davion work out today? That's probably a fairer question. That's probably a more realistic question than did Davion work out today. But, I don't know what he's doing to try to get that shot more consistent. But he wants that shot to be more consistent. Yeah. He doesn't want to give Mike Brown an opportunity to take him out of a game. Yeah. He doesn't want to give Mike Brown a reason to not play him against the Golden State Warriors late in round 1 of the playoffs, or any other team in round 1 or 2 or 3 of the playoffs. He always wants to pull his weight on the offensive end. And it's just something that it's tough. One thing going into the season with Mike Brown, because it felt like heading into the season, he's Mike Brown's guy. These two are going to be best friends forever. If Mike Brown is the coach of the Sacramento Kings, Davion Mitchell is going to be here. Those two are going to be tied together. But it felt like Mike, to a certain degree, struggled the same way like Luke and Alvin struggled in finding like what's the perfect role for Davion Mitchell. Now, part of that could have been because of the way De'Aaron was playing and the way Malik was playing, and figuring out a way to get the most of all of those guys, including Davion, I think proved to be a little bit bigger of a test for Mike than certainly I thought it would be entering the season. Because I thought, give structure to Davion Mitchell, give structure and a clearly defined role. He's going to be that dude. He's going to be everything this team needs. I'd still argue he didn't have that clearly defined role. Now, I know what you're saying in terms of the defensive end. He was always there on the defensive end, but his minutes were always sporadic. I think that affected him more on the offensive end than it did on the defensive end. And you never really knew quite after that first substitution what was going to happen next with Davion. And I don't think Davion knew what was going to happen next with Davion after that first substitution. And that's where I'd like to see that get nailed down a little bit more.
Yeah, no, I agree with that 100%. The other thing that we tend to forget with Davion Mitchell is this past season is he's a second-year ball player.
Mm-hmm.
You know, these guys are still trying to figure out, while we think we know that Davion knows who he is in this league, he's still trying to figure out his role. He's still trying to adjust to it. And one of the things that, and he talked about it a little bit with Chris Haynes, is at Baylor, you know, he could score anytime he wanted to. These guys in the league, almost all of them, wherever they're at, they could score anytime. They know they could do that. They came up their whole lives saying, "Yo, I can get a bucket. I can do other things. I can defend. I can block shot. I can rebound. But I'm 20 a game here." Or I get to college, and by the time we win a national championship, I'm 15, 16, 17 a game if I'm Davion Mitchell. And you get into the NBA, he's like barely getting 17 minutes, let alone be able to get 17 points. Like, how am I going to be effective? How do I get to that? And it takes them a couple of years to figure out what their role is, be comfortable with what their role is, be secure with what their role is. Davion was in the second year of his career, first year with a new head coach, like you just talked about. So there was some growing pains there. And I feel like definitely at the beginning of the season, in the first half of the season, he was trying to figure out exactly what it is Mike Brown wanted from him outside of just defense and what was going to keep him on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And I think as the season went along, he found a little bit of a comfort zone more than he had at the beginning of the season. But I don't even know if he fully knew and got comfortable, till maybe the last couple weeks of the season, in my opinion. And now I think he has it. I think Mike Brown understands what it is. The playoffs really helped. And I think it's going to be a little bit more of a defined role and comfort zone for the both of them going into next year.
What made you think they got comfortable late?
I can't put my finger on it. I think it was more consistent playing time.
Some of the pressures of the season it sounds weird with the Kings. We knew pretty early, okay, the playoff drought is over.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was a point where it's like they're not falling out of the top six.
Right.
Then it just became, this team's really going to be the third seed.
Home court.
Yeah, this team's going to be playing a home series. I wonder if some of that was the pressures of that. And everyone has said the right thing. It's tough for me to believe that they didn't feel that. Mm-hmm. And again, they've all said we weren't here for all of that. Terrence Davis was the one. Yeah. Think about it every day.
Yeah.
Terrence,
after the All-Star break.
Yeah.
I was just sitting here thinking with the time off.
He said that almost unsolicited, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love TD. Come on, man.
Come on, man. Come on, Monty. Just bring back TD for us.
Sensational.
Maybe Odyssey needs to hire TD at this point. Terrence,
he be part of the Life at Odyssey show.
Well,
this is Odyssey.
This is Odyssey. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, no, Davion. I love what he brings to the table. And you had the original question was, what do you think? This next season looks like for him. I just think
can he get to 18 minutes a game? 18, is that too high?
What did he have last year?
That's a good question. I probably should have looked that up first. I don't think it was 18. No,
I feel it was down because I think his rookie year was 17
right.
minutes a night.
Yeah,
17, 18 minutes a night. And I think he was down to maybe 13.
Davion last year. Of course, I pulled up the one thing that's not going to give me his minutes per.
He was at 18 last year.
He was at 18 last year?
Oh, okay. Well, then what the hell do I know?
What the hell do I know?
So I'm going to go out on a limb and say he can get to 18. I think he can do it. He can get to 18 minutes per game.
Yeah, and if he does that, I think his numbers will look better because I would say this a number of different times throughout the season. But his percentages were better across the board.
Yeah.
The only thing that was down was I thought minutes a game were down. Yeah, he was at 27 minutes a night his rookie season, 18 this past year. And that's the only thing that was down, and that and field goal attempts. But when you talk about his percentages, once again, 41 to 45%, 3-point percentage, 31 to 32, free throw percentage, which I was really impressed with.
Yeah.
65 to 80%. Everything was going up. He just didn't have the same opportunity.
But it's the minutes thing is fair, but it's not. Like Malik was on the squad the second year. You know, there was a clear focus too. Plus, De'Aaron played 70 some odd games versus 50. That certainly played a factor in rookie year versus his second year. It does stand out. He played like single digit minutes in game 7.
Yeah, and I
think
honestly,
that left a lot of Kings fans scratching their head, especially with Steph going for 80.
And I do believe
at least that's how I remember
that. Right, 82. He got more than Kobe.
That's how the story's going to get told. It's like, how everyone lies as the years go. I was there game 7 when Steph scored 89. Oh, Sacramento was right in it. Then Steph got hot.
Steph got it. We're leading. We're leading at the half.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll never.
Right there.
It's like we should be up like 12.
Yeah, they was
up like 3. 5. I feel like we should be up 12.
Oh, man, that's tough. That's tough. I still haven't watched that game.
There's literally no reason to watch it.
No.
Absolutely.
Well, maybe I'll watch the first half.
Game 7 is not on the list of top 25 games of the Kings season. I can tell you that right now. It wasn't
even an honorable mention. But Davion, I think, or excuse me, Mike Brown, I think you get him in an honest moment. Like, I wish I could have that one back. And it's not even just results based. It's not Steph going for 50. It was he had done a good job of making Steph work in that series up until that point. Steph was still averaging like 31 or something like that.
Yeah.
But Davion was doing a really good job of making him work. And TD played really well in game 6, and he gave him offense. And I think that's where Mike was like, man, if he can do the same things with making Steph work and he's giving us offense, like I think that's how we could beat them in game 7. And neither TD or anybody else could give them any offense. The sneaky part about game 7 too is the killer was that Clay 4-point play. It was a 6-point game with like 10 seconds to go at the end of the third.
Yeah.
And if they could have got the stop there, you're down 6 going into the 4th. Who knows if they would have won or not?
Was that Terrence?
It was Terrence. Yeah. And that was the backbreaker.
Yeah, I remember that because they worked really hard to get it to 6. Really hard. And go
ahead. Say what you say.
Oh, it was nothing.
I'm sure it was something.
Well, I was going to ask who's going to be the player that we have on the show and then goes for 30 because I know the answer.
Who?
It's the only player we asked for last year. We didn't get, but not to any fault of the Kings. We just asked really late in the season as Malik.
Oh yeah.
Malik's going to be on the show this year. We'll get Malik on the show this year. And then he's going to go for 30 on national television the next night. Those are the rules of appearing on D-Lo and KC.
Absolutely.
Lindsey Harding comes on the show talking about wanting to be a head coach. She head coach. Those are the rules of D-Lo and KC. We get De'Aaron on here talking about an MVP.
Get Adam Silver's flight already ready for game 2 of the second round.
Yeah, we'll get it.
Presenting the trophy to him.
And then right before the All-Star break, we'll get Domas in here talking about a championship.
Oh, come on, man.
We'll just shut it down from there.
Man. What about I can't wait for who are we going to talk about an in-season tournament championship? Kevin Huerter. Kevin
Huerter's employed elsewhere. Kevin Huerter's on Kevin Huerter's on a long list of guys who are paid to stay away from us. That list keeps getting longer. It's incredible. But good for that. They pay like 12 people not to appear on our show. And some of those people, I'm like, bitch, we would never invite them. Oh, wow. Kevin Huerter can pull up anytime he wants to.
Anytime, man.
He's contractually forbidden from appearing on our show.
Might be Davion.
I was going to say, might be Davion.
Davion could pull up here, man. Davion, I think he'd have a good time rapping with us. But the funny thing that I heard,
come think about it, Tyrese Halliburton. Tyrese appeared on the show. He got $260 million.
Harrison Barnes appeared on the show.
Harrison Barnes has been on this show. Sort of.
Yeah.
We manipulated that a little bit, but sure, the Kings were like, how the hell did Harrison get on ESPN 1320? Well, shout out Kendra Montgomery Block.
Austin Rivers, remember I told you he was on that podcast. It got some traction for what he said about the middle tier players over the weekend. A lot of people were talking about that comment. I think I mentioned it on here. But he says,
is that his podcast?
I don't know. It was
Because there was a
Ringer's-
couple of things that got traction
I'm
from Austin
assuming
Rivers.
he's done that podcast. The Ringer basketball feed, they have multiple shows on there, right? So
Mhm.
like Tuesday, it's this show, Thursday, whatever. I don't know if they just picked that up and he had been doing the podcast before and they just picked that up on his feed. I had never heard it before. Like I said, he was pretty good on there. He was, I enjoy listening to Austin, but I say that to say, because you talked about Davion, and like, there's no question that he worked out today. You know what I mean? Like he works crazy hard or whatever. Whoever the co-host was asked Austin about Steph Curry. It was like, is it like ridiculous that he's as good as he is at golf? And he goes, I hate Steph Curry. Obviously, he's their family and stuff like that. But he's like, I hate that guy. He's just too good at everything. Like, I hate that guy. And he talked about how he's like, even basketball, like, he's not even like a workout warrior. Like, don't get it twisted. Like, he works on his game, but there's guys in the league who work out more than Steph Curry.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter. He just, it doesn't matter. Like, and I thought about that with Davion, and Davion in there three times a night. I bet if Austin was here, he's like, Steph Curry in the gym 3 times a night. Like, he'll go do his work and then he moves on whatever else he's doing. But it doesn't matter. Steph Curry is like, the confidence level is just insane. And it had me thinking about, just sports in general. Like, when you believe you can run through a wall, like, you'll be more apt to try it, and you might just do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but
by the way, we don't recommend this at home.
No.
Don't test this theory at home. It's an analogy.
Yeah.
Use it in life, but don't
it's for entertainment purposes only.
do not dip your head and try to run through.
It doesn't work. I don't care what you think.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do it.
Mm-hmm. Figuratively, you could run through a wall.
Yeah, but he's like, his confidence.
We're about to run through a wall on August 14th.
Ooh,
we haven't teased that in a while. I felt like we had to get that
go through a
teased out
ceiling. That's what we about to do, man. They be trying to put a
Yeah.
ceiling on people. We about to go through a ceiling.
Boy, Jan Levinson Kaufman today. She was dropping some hints about what's ahead. Woo! She's like, yo, we're about to do something that's never been done. I was like, what? Are y'all gonna say it? Y'all ain't gonna say it? All right, they ain't gonna say it. I just knew because she kept looking at. I was like, she gonna say it. She gonna piss everybody. She gonna piss Aaron off, screw up the order of operations, and say it. And she didn't.
I think she wanted to.
I think she wanted to too.
Like, nah,
she was like, if y'all ain't. She stopped herself at least 3 times. I know it. Stacy with us.
She with us, man.
Tried to tell them boys at 95.7 she with us.
They wasn't hearing us, man. But they'll find out.
Shout out Bonte, by the way. Don't ever let Bonte. This man flying around in helicopters.
Come on,
over Hawaii it wasn't the Converse off-whites. He had the actual Virgil Abloh off-whites. Yeah.
He got the brand off.
The brand off-white.
Not the collab.
Not the collab.
The
He
brand,
got the brand.
off-white.
And like he's walking around like an island in those. Like those are just his walk around shoes.
That's a Miss P move.
As he gets into his helicopter to fly over Maui.
Once again, I only know 2 people like that. It's Bonte Hill and Miss P.
Man.
It's
probably Miss P's helicopter.
What was Miss P doing in off-whites one time? She was doing
she was at the airport.
It's like, it's whatever. I rolled out of bed through these on.
The shoes that I wear to the airport are the shoes that I walk Sprout in. I wear no off-whites on a plane. Not Miss P. Of course, it was a private airport.
Well,
so
there's that too.
But shout out to Bonte. It was fun. I was thinking about this. I've never met Bonte.
No,
I've never met him. 3 years into this, I've never met Bonte.
That's hilarious. I think I've met Bonte in person less than 5 times.
Yeah, never met him before.
I've met Joe in person less than 5 times, but I've talked to these guys all the time.
Only one over there I met
6 years
is Guru.
Guru pulled up to my birthday party 2 years ago or whatever. Guru pulled up.
You should
And
have seen this man's
Cool
birthday
came out a
party.
couple times after Kings games too.
This dude had like fountain drinks of like alcohol everywhere, like cornhole. This was like a kids party. I think there was a bouncy house there. Like what else? There was like games all over the place.
We had the life size like Connect 4.
Yeah,
we had
that's
the
what it
cornhole
was.
joint.
Oh,
we had life size Uno.
Mm-hmm.
It was lit.
Had cousins drinking out of the bottle that you almost had to, honey. You might.
She didn't leave the house that night.
Hey, why don't you give me this black bottle here? You just hang tight. She got like you get to the stage of drunkenness where you start telling your life story to everybody. But you bond with those people. Like we're friends for life because of that. That's my girl. We'll come back. Trista Crick joins us at the top of the hour. You know, we always have fun with TK. She'll be with us when D'Lo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino, resumes here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Ooh-wee. You got to talk about that man. That man. "13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway." Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out to my people over at Jordan Brand. And also shout out to Cola Sea Moss. Big ups, ColaSeaMoss.com. Go cop that. You already know the vibes. And we had a big time fight this morning on the West Coast. It was 5 a.m. on the West Coast when I woke up, and it perfectly it started having the ring walks and everything at 5 a.m. But I was up watching, and it didn't disappoint as Stephen Fulton took his junior lightweight belts over to Japan to take on Inoue. I always mess up his first name, but we just know him as the Monster. We just call him the Monster. And the Monster was monstering today as he had a 8th round TKO of Stephen Fulton. Shout out cool boy Steph. You're that dude, but you just went up against the Monster. And he didn't win a round. Actually, I think I take one back. I think I had Stephen Fulton win in round 7, and I was probably generous. That was probably a gift because anyway, dominated that fight. And he showed why he is considered by some number 1 pound for pound in the game. Now, I don't have him at number 1. I'm not saying that. And that's a whole nother discussion about those lower divisions and the level of competition that I see and just the pot of good fighters in there. That's a whole nother thing. But the Monster, he's absolutely top 5. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, there ain't nobody below 130 that's beating Inoue. It ain't happening. The only time that there may be a threat of a loss is if he moves up to 130, and there may be a threat. There's a gang of people at 130 he probably beat. There's people at 135 he'd probably beat. This dude, the real deal. The sharpness, the speed, the power in both hands. He is him. He's him. No shade whatsoever. So I got to take the time, tip my hat, salute the Monster. He's the truth. What a performance he put on early in the morning here on the West Coast. I can't wait to see what's next. And like I said, nobody 130, well, I'll just say below 130 is full winner. He might as well just move up now because ain't nobody messing with that man. 122, 126 catch weight, 118. They ain't touching him. The Monster is him. And that's the 13th round. They ain't touching that man. Yeah, it looks good. I just don't have time to like eat with a fork, all that other stuff. I need finger foods when I'm doing the show. But it looks fire.
There's cake and cookies and everything up there.
Having a great time, man. It's a party. We're working. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he beat the hell out of him. He destroyed Kambosos. Naoya Inoue,
Where was that fight again this morning?
Japan.
Oh, that's right. Trista Crick set to join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. We'll talk some football here today as well. Also, game number 19 in our top 25 games of the Kings season.
I think people might look at this one as being too high on the list.
Yeah, I think they might too.
But when I break down why,
Okay,
it might be like that Sun situation again.
So the why is important because this was. Yeah, I was confused. I was confused. This is so the Suns one, was that yesterday?
Yeah.
That one I was like, okay, I get it. Like, okay, I get it.
I don't even know if the explanation is going to justify it for
this one, I'm anxious to hear.
This might be a little bit of a callback to something that I said, and people were like, slow down.
I watched this one and was confused. I was like, I maybe he made a mistake. I checked the list again. It's like, no, he meant to do it.
We can talk about it when we get there. Oh, well, I know one game that you put over it, but we'll talk about.
Well, see again, yeah, like as it stands right now, the Lakers game would be higher, but that's just how I'd put together the list.
Yeah.
That Lakers game resonated with me. Again, I don't know why. It just did.
It's one of them things, man. I understand.
We'll talk a lot of football in the final hour, particularly some of the news coming out of 49ers, including who is practicing and who is not practicing. I'm not sure that either one are a surprise, but we'll get to that. There is a football story worth touching on. You talk about the confusion over game number 19 in the top. I was confused when this alert came through. The Giants and Saquon Barkley agreed to a 1-year deal worth $11 million. So there's a lot to just digest here. When there's a deadline, and this is what really started the conversation regarding running backs, Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, to name a couple of guys who did, Tony Pollard, who didn't get long-term deals. When there's a deadline, when you get the franchise tag, you have till a certain date to be able to negotiate a long-term contract. What I didn't know is, okay, you can't sign a long-term contract, but you could sign a 1-year deal. Okay. I didn't know that. I can't remember a time. I'm sure it's happened in the past. I just can't remember a time that it happened before. What's weird about this deal is it's worth about $900,000 more than the franchise tag. Now, there is a signing bonus, which as soon as he signs the deal, he gets $2 million. So that's a little bit different than a franchise tag, which he wouldn't get until the start of the season because he wouldn't report to training camp because he doesn't have to.
Right.
I don't get it from a Saquon Barkley perspective.
Yeah.
From a Giants perspective, sure, you're taking another year out of Saquon Barkley's career. If he's good this year, great. Guess what you can do next year? Franchise him. Saquon Barkley almost certainly will never see a long-term deal. Now, I don't know how that would have been different if he hadn't signed this contract extension or this single-year deal, I should say. It almost looks like he crossed the picket line.
Oh, well.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I didn't get it. When I saw the alert, it was like, hey, okay. I guess I started like, okay, I guess it's only 1 year. That's all you can do. All right. What's he getting? 15, 16? What is it? Nope. 11. $900,000 more than he would have gotten with the franchise tag.
So the only thing,
and he has to go to camp. Because he's got to sign the deal, so he's got to go to camp.
The only thing that I could come up with, and I don't know if this is available on the franchise, is there's performance incentives and bonuses that he's able to get with signing a deal. That once again, I don't know if this is true or not, but I don't know if you can get that with the franchise tag. When you sign the franchise, you're just signing that deal, and you can't have, I get 1,500 yards, I get a 1.5. You can't get that.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of the difference. I also I agree with you. The signing bonus is another thing.
Yeah.
And I also wondered if it, opened up the door for him to be a free agent faster or get some type of deal with somebody next year. But like you said, I don't think
It doesn't
that's
do
the
any
case.
of that.
No, I don't
They
think
can
that's the
franchise
case.
him.
Yeah.
Now, if you sign the 1-year deal with the caveat, I can't be franchised next year, got it.
And that
That's not the
That has
case.
to be language in the deal, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That language does not exist.
Yeah, I'm not.
Anybody
sure.
got any other ideas as to why this deal was done? At least from a Saquon Barkley perspective?
Yeah. And
Because I'm scratching my head.
what do you think the end game? So could he have signed the franchise at any time?
Yeah.
I would have just not started the season. I would have not played because it's because they offered the franchise, or they placed the franchise tag on him, correct?
Right. It's not an offer.
Right. They placed it on him.
Yeah.
So if it's week 5 and they're 4-1, Saquon can sign the franchise tag and be on the team, correct?
Yeah, for a
They can't
prorated amount.
They can't rescind the franchise tag, can they?
I believe they can.
That's a risky move. Because here's
Yeah,
my
I
thing.
believe
I
they
would have
can.
played it into the season, and if the team stunk, maybe you get the Emmitt Smith situation where Dayball's like, "Hey, go get this deal done. He wants 14 million, give him 14 million, and you get your money that way." If they're good and they look like they don't need you, hey, let me sign for that franchise tag, kid, big dog.
Once a tag is applied, a team can rescind it if it chooses, so long as the tender isn't signed, which in the case that you just presented, obviously the tender wouldn't be signed, so the Giants can go forget it.
Yeah. So that's risky in itself to let it go into the season.
Again, this is the NFL we're talking about. Collusion isn't new to them. If Saquon were to do that, hey, nobody better sign this dude. Because if you do, now we've got to deal with Tony Pollard and Josh Jacobs. And then we got to deal with Nick Chubb. Then we got to deal with Christian McCaffrey. And then you just start running through running back after running back after running back. No one better sign this dude. We'd be foolish if we think that stuff doesn't happen. More than the really high-profile case that we're usually alluding to when we're talking about collusion in the NFL.
In my opinion, we just saw it.
Yeah, well, Lamar Jackson, right?
Yeah.
As soon as he's like, oh, whatever, he's requesting a trade or whatever happened or whatever, it's like, oh, so-and-so isn't
the first time in sports history
I've never seen that before.
that a player requests a trade and teams with no quarterbacks go, no,
We're not interested.
The Atlanta Falcons. No, we're good.
Come on, man.
Sorry, who the hell is your starting quarterback? That's a good point.
Yeah, we just saw it. They'll do it in a heartbeat.
He got $1 million of incentives. Deal includes $1 million of incentives with an equal amount paid for 1,300 rushing yards, 11 touchdowns, and 65 receptions. Those are the incentive benchmarks. So in addition to the $2 million up front, he has those incentives right there.
Well, I hope he stays healthy. I hope he has a great season. Individually, I hope.
Can this change?
I hope the Giants suck, but
can this ever change? Can someone? Is there a way to reset this market? Or if you're a high school play, if you're at Folsom or Del Oro right now and you're the running back, you're going to your coach like, "Hey, coach, I need to change positions. There ain't no money in this position for me. I need to be a defensive end or something."
I feel like that's probably what it's. I don't think it changes. If Saquon Barkley
was the number 2
pick, he's generational. He had a phenomenal year last year, and he couldn't get them to give him a couple of extra $1 million guaranteed. Like I don't think it changes.
Was it him? Was it Saquon that said we were just looking for $14 million a year?
Yeah.
Was that Saquon?
Yeah.
I think I think a running back's gonna have to set himself apart. Where it's like we have to pay this guy. You're gonna need a Hall of Fame type like Adrian Peterson. I don't think
I
that exists.
disagree because they're just gonna. I think you have to be Christian McCaffrey. You have to borderline be a wide receiver. Debo really didn't think this through a few years ago. He did not think this through.
Well, the other thing that you have to have happen is you got to be willing to take it there as far as sit out, and the team has to be bad. And that's a risk in itself because by nature, and you talked about it yesterday, maybe it's Kyle Shanahan's fault. I think everybody, like they can, it's not inconceivable that Giants find somebody to have 80% of the production that Saquon Barkley had. Like that's just by nature of the position. Like the position is important, and I almost don't want to say it like it's a secret because I don't want them to not get paid, but it's probably one of the more replaceables, if not the most replaceable position on the field. Like we see running backs out of nowhere all the time who put up those
Tony
type
Pollard
of numbers.
is one.
Yeah.
Now he's fighting for money.
So like to your point, to ask like, can it change? The only hope is you are a Saquon, Christian McCaffrey type. You have to be willing to sit out and miss games, miss checks, and your team has to stink. You got to have the Emmitt Smith situation. That's the only way.
This might be an OnlyFans appearance of Trista Craig.
Oh.
I can't tell what's going on in this little window down here. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. What are you shaking your head at?
You. I'm shaking my head at you.
I'm just there's just a lot happening in the little box down there. I was like, oh, all right, I see. Okay. Did an act of God happen today?
Yeah. I mean,
I saw your tweet. I was like, what happened?
This whole thing is an act of God. I'm supposed to be, bonjour, au revoir, Damien, cheese, bonjour, but I'm not. I'm in Portland, Oregon. I'm helping Mama Crick out. We're cleaning out the attic right now. We've got a U-Haul truck with ramps on it. We're putting furniture out. We're grabbing bags of baby clothes. I mean, we've loaded like 2,000 pounds of stuff away in the last few days.
And you're just pausing the whole thing to talk to us.
Yeah. My mom was like, what do you think? You think you should do the hit today? And I go, yeah, I do. Not even an act of God is stopping this hit.
Mom was like, I don't care about those little D-Lo and KC friends. We got work to do.
She was like, I can't be out here with you because then they're not ready for Big Mama Peeps yet. They're not ready for me. And I was like, they are not ready for you. They're not ready for you.
On the show.
She's like, because I'm on the phone with the roofer today, which is like 3 weeks away. We're backdated to get the roof done. Roof, gutters, everything. And they're like, it'll be 3 weeks. My mom's like, well, ask him about this. I'm like, oh, do you hear, Jenny? I have an echo. You hear I have an echo back here? So she would be adding to the things that I've been saying right now. You'd be like, what's that? I'm like, it's an echo. It's her.
Hey, you brought up something. You talked about you had the Paris, France, the French accent going on. Is there a Portland, Washington accent at all?
No, it's supposed to be non-regional. We're supposed to have the most American non-regional accent. But as you guys can tell from some of the nostalgia as I've been going through all my childhood, everything.
Tremendous.
Get a better picture in your mind of what little T Crick was living like. So basically what has happened is it's an amalgam of some slang and some hood language, and then just me trying to still figure out a way to have a professional accent on top while the foundation is still very much Little T the rapper with the braids. Yeah. So everyone's like, oh, you sound like you're from New York or the South. It's like, no, it's me suppressing the what's good, fam? It's like really inside,
People on the East Coast, they think like my cousins, they're from Connecticut, New York. They say we in California have an accent. They said, and it sounds a lot like they talk about like LA more than like the Bay Area or something, but they say they always say like, heat them, get them. And obviously we say hella.
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, you got that California accent. I was like, we don't have an accent. Stop
Well,
saying
Too Short definitely has one, and E40 definitely has one. That's that Bay Area. That tell me what to
That's
talk.
just-
You know,
that's how they talk.
Yeah, that's just them.
that's just them.
That's not. Yeah, that's not really California. That's
That's them
really
putting on
specific.
extras.
Yeah.
That's just them, and they are so culturally relevant that the sound of them has permeated into a whole like lineage of what people think the Bay sounds like.
Now,
It's-
core.
yeah.
We say core and all that, like core, the water. Like they
We don't though.
No, we.
yeah.
We
That's like you guys are doing too much.
No,
Remember that.
that's
not-
super extra.
yeah.
Like if they had said we said ooh, then it's like all right, I get it. Like all right, that's what we do. We just ooh. Like, that's
It's
fine.
like-
That's perfect. That's perfectly fine. Which brings us to the conversation that TK and I were having Saturday morning, out walking Sprout.
Yeah, well-
Normally do.
Well, time out before we get there. T. Crick, tell the people I hit you right back on FaceTime. Stop
Oh,
playing with me.
that's not what's out there in
Stop
the
playing
universe.
with me.
I didn't get a call back.
Oh my God.
I'm just thankful Trista's
It was
appearing
less
on
than-
this show.
it
After
was
you
less
dissed
than-
her.
3 minutes after the missed
What
call.
were you doing? I thought it was like.
Oh,
I thought it was a little. It's your birthday, so you know we about to ride out.
I was changing diapers. That's what I
Oh.
was doing.
I was
Hey.
like, okay, Kenny, get him.
Kenny did his own.
I was
his
like,
own
it's
thing on his
time for
birthday.
another conception.
No, I'm done. I think I'm about to make sure of that.
Oh,
I
well.
think I'm about to make sure of that.
So hey, Kenny's off the next couple of days. He
Put him on
snip,
ice.
Snap, snip, snap.
I always say I ain't never gonna do it, but I was like, I don't even want to take no chance.
He's got a vacation coming. You can come here to Portland. I've got some things for you to do. Probably less painful.
What no problem. No, what,
He's got a little I got a little ramp. We got some furniture to move.
my God.
Kenny won't even be able to walk, and Trista trying to get him to load a
I
U-Haul
know.
truck.
Here, while you're putting your nuts on ice, let's let's get you to move this table real fast.
You know, they talk about they got the option of like not putting you to sleep.
Oh, I'm good with that.
I'd be
Yeah,
like,
you take
I'd
me
be
out.
like, hell no. Put me on the bed.
Yeah.
Hook me up to the ivy. Just lay me out. Do I need an overnight bag? I'm gonna be here for a while.
Put me out, and if you need to do any of those, I'm over 40 exams. Do it while I'm knocked out.
Exactly.
All that stuff.
The whole thing is like what they call it, like you're out within hours and back
Yep.
to having a normal day. And I'm like,
Yep.
no, I'm bringing the overnight bag. Give me the laughing gas. Put the gown on me.
Jazz is gonna like be in their room just taking photos of you. They got you splayed out. They're like putting their whole fist inside, just doing a
Oh,
little.
Lord.
They're just doing some tests.
Yeah.
And she's got that for evidence in case
Yeah.
you act up. She's putting that on
Pause.
the internet.
Yeah.
Pause. There's like a line right here, and every Tuesday, Trista just puts both her little feet on the line and decides, am I going to go to this side or am I going to stay over here?
She's
I'm
a
gonna go over
habitual
here.
line crosser. Charlie
It
Murphy,
is.
habitual line crosser.
You guys bring it out. You guys bring it out.
Oh, but what happened? What was the discussion on Saturday morning?
So she texted me like, and I got to read the text verbatim because it actually like made me stop. Like, wait, I think TK got something right here. She texted me, where does Slick Rick's voice rank to you in the hip hop hierarchy? Now I'm going to repeat the question because she didn't ask about rhyme. She didn't ask about flow. She didn't ask, is he the greatest of all time? She said, where does Slick Rick's voice rank to you in hip hop hierarchy? And I legit stopped and I was like, well, wait. And I'm starting to like examine this because my first inclination is, oh, it's like really high. And then I started going, I was like, man, Slick Rick might be at the top when it comes to just his voice. And when you talk about like a recognizable sound on a record, and then you
Mhm.
combine that with the flow and all of that different stuff. You could get different things, but it started a conversation, TK, of the great hip hop voices of all time.
Yeah, and I think it's hard because there's really great artists that have really iconic voices, but then there's artists who have more iconic voices that are not as good. But
Mhm.
so like it can get a little muddled. Like old Snoop is up there, you know, like
That's what I was
Gin
thinking.
and Juice Snoop is up there,
Yeah.
but then his voice sort of changes through time.
Money.
You know, money, you know, the and his and age, right? Your voice sort of changes when you get older. It drops like 1992 Snoop's voice is just really iconic. But I was listening to a song that was in a playlist that had Slick Rick on it that was pretty new, and I was like, oh man, Slick Rick's on this.
Yeah.
I don't even care what he's saying. It just brings me back. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, and I don't. I guess it is the voice. I was about to say, you know, the style of rap, but I mean, Slick Rick is up there. I was thinking of Snoop. I think Biggie is that way. I think Pac is that way. I think even somebody like
DMX, like
DMX is that way. I put Jeezy on that list. Like,
yeah, you know what? I asked this to
Jeezy when you
Damien
hear
in the text thread. Who is the voice? Who has the more iconic voice of the South? Is it Jeezy or Pimp C?
And I said people from the South would probably say Pimp C. Everybody else would say Jeezy.
Well, there's two different. That's also. I think people in Texas would say Pimp C. I think people in Georgia would say Jeezy. People in Georgia might say Gucci before Jeezy and Pimp C. But to your point, yeah, I think everywhere else would say.
And what about where does Scarface rank in the Texas hierarchy of voices too? Because he's an iconic voice.
He is. He's up there as well. He's one of those guys. I think Wayne, when you hear Wayne, you know,
and Short and E40 are two guys
Short,
that have
E40.
iconic voices.
Yeah. I think I mean that for the greats, like they all have their distinguishing sound. I think somebody in the stats saying 3 Stacks. I think 3 Stacks has a certain sound, the way he talks. ATL George, well, that's Big Boy. But you know, I mean, like he has that whole Atlanta Southern draw to him and things of that nature. So I think all these guys got it. I think
Who's the newest? Because we got a lot of new school music that kind of sounds the same.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's just like where you're like, is that like who is that? You know, is that 21 or is that like what's and so who is the most iconic voice that's like new era rap?
I'd have to think about that. I mean, the best of the best right now.
Is it Future?
They have their own sound. Like I think Kodak. Like I know Kodak when I hear Kodak.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Cole has a certain sound.
Yep.
These guys talking about Young Boy. I don't hear Young Boy. Like and I know people,
Migos.
Yeah, and even specifically Quavo, Takeoff. Like I know what Quavo sounds like. I know what Takeoff sounds like. I know what Offset sounds like.
Nicki's got a pretty.
Oh, Nicki for sure.
Nicki's got a
Cardi got a sound.
Cardi got a sound.
You know what I mean? So
okay.
Cardi don't have a sound?
No, they kind of sound alike.
They do kind of sound alike.
Like Nicki, Cardi, and Megan all kind of sound alike.
No, Cardi has a completely different sound because Cardi has this New
Hers
York,
a little raspier.
New York Latin Bronx. She sounds like the Bronx, like a New York Dominican woman from the Bronx. Like she sounds like that when she
raps. I sound like all of them. Like Al sounds like if you took all of them and just rolled them up, there's Ice Spice.
And with like a down decibel though, like with
she's
go down
lower,
a little
right?
more.
She's a little bit of a whisper. Nicki, you can hear the charismatic nature of Nicki Minaj on every, like I hear Nicki and I was like, oh, that's Nicki. Like that's I don't even have it could be
there's a confidence in Nicki in the voice. Yeah.
Well, Nicki's the best of the bunch. Like Nicki's the one.
She's the greatest woman rapper of all time. You know who actually has a sound? Because it's funny because it's really, really deep. It's Glorilla. Her voice is really deep,
yeah.
and she's like 4'11".
Oh, we didn't even bring up Debrat. She had a very iconic voice.
I don't know. I think I could hear her voice, and I could hear her track, and you just play it, and I don't know who it is, and I
Really?
might not think the Brat.
Off of Ladies Night, I feel like on Ladies Night she like really popped. Maybe it's just that
the
song.
Brat and Left Eye. Like if I didn't know anything,
Come
they
on,
might sound the same.
You got to go back to your speaker box and replay that.
I'm just
That's one of my
bugging out
favorite
like
songs ever.
all of the greats we just made. Yeah, we didn't bring up the Brat. That's just not a part of the conversation. I was
Well, we were talking about women. We were talking about women rappers.
okay.
I've been really nostalgic because everybody thinks I'm like, oh, Trista's like must be going through something. It's like, yeah, I'm going through all my old stuff. Like that's what I'm going through. They're like, oh, I'm getting text like, man, you're really nostalgic. I'm like, no, I haven't been home to Portland for more than like a couple days since college.
What was the hip hop delicate ID badge that you had?
Guys, so it was a pre-canceled Russell Simmons event.
Oh, wow. Well,
like this is 2003.
Oh boy.
And I am
probably should have been canceled by then, just for the record.
Yeah, probably. So I am sitting I am like the only YT person there, obviously. OG1, who's a DJ for the Portland Trailblazers, brought us out to Newark, but like not like Newark. No, it was the hood of Newark. We were staying in some sort of like.
Is there any other
complex? Yeah, exactly. So we were delegates for this political action sort of group, but it was hip hop focused, and there was 50 of us, one from each state. And Dead Prez and someone from BET were there as like our advisors. So Dead Prez, they keep calling me Sister Trista. I was like twisted up, super tan. And I'm like listening to their music. And I'm like, I don't think Dead Prez really would F with me like that. And they're like, what do you think? You think we can get them like in Oregon to agree to reparations? And I'm like, no, I don't. I do not think so. I think we need as a crew to sort of like scale back our expectations of what the white man would allow for us. For us.
That is tremendous.
I'm like, why was I invited to this? I felt like I should like just put up my hand and be like, guys, I think I'm here though. I'm in Newark, you know.
Mr. Crick leading the Portland branch of the NAACP. I'm like, this is like 15 years before Rachel Dolezal, and I'm like, oh man,
Sister Trista.
Oh man.
Oh my God.
I love it.
It was like AJ and Free were there.
That's a throwback.
Oh,
didn't it come out not too long ago that AJ's dreads weren't real?
Oh,
he
God.
had the Mekhi Phifer joints from 8 Mile.
Yo, my best friend, I'm going to throw her out on the streets right now. I saw my best friend the other day. She came by the house. She's got fake dreads right now. They're definitely weave dreads. And I'm like, last time I saw you, your hair was
now. It's a move
dreads
now.
are like down to the mid-thigh.
Weave dreads?
Absolutely.
Weave dreads. I don't know. I got to investigate. I'll let you guys know next Tuesday what's happening.
And it's a good look. I like it.
I don't know.
How do you weave dreads?
I don't know. I don't know if it's like not. I don't know.
Are we talking braids or dreadlocks?
No, they're dreads. They're dreads. They're not braids.
And you, absolutely, you do it all the time.
Yeah, they're like knotted in.
That's the move nowadays.
Yeah.
I love the look too. They do a great job with it.
Well, make my appointment. I guess I'm.
I think it's time for us in a bet to have Damien, not me. I can't be involved in the bet.
No.
And I guess Kenny can't be involved in the bet either.
Pino, faux lock. That's what they call them now.
Yeah, faux locks.
We do it all the time.
Faux locks.
Probably,
okay.
I wouldn't say 90. I'd say,
and maybe Jesse too.
60% of the women that you see on Instagram that look like they have dreads or just have that hairstyle at that time. The faux locks.
Faux locks. They're not ready to go through the whole locks process. I don't think anybody wants to do that work.
Really, when you got faux locks, why would you?
Yeah.
Like I can get the same look, whatever I want.
I just found faux locks on Amazon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
They've
this,
been
this.
they've been doing that for a minute though. They've been doing that for like the last
Well,
6, 7
maybe I'm more of a
years.
trusting person. Like that person has locks, that they went through the process of locks. There are some people who hold that lock journey very sacred. Now
Well,
you're
listen.
fixing your way through it.
Absolutely.
The religious and spiritual aspect of locks, if you have faux locks, clearly you're not on that same wave with it, you know?
You're just trying to
You
get
get
a
them
look.
for $40.
You about to go to Miami for the weekend. You about to go to Jamaica. You just need the look. Just give me the
Yeah.
look. Man. You know what I mean? I'm going on vacation. I don't want to do my hair. You know, I don't have to worry about nothing. I don't necessarily want braids. Just give me the faux locks. I
Yeah.
like the look. They do a great job with it nowadays.
Well, yeah, now that I see it, like it's beautiful, but I didn't know we were faking. I didn't know we were faking our way through this. I was trusting these people in their locks journeys.
Now, I will
Instead,
say,
they just went to Amazon Prime.
I will say, outside of Jimmy Butler, I don't think guys do that. I think girls do that, you know, routinely. I don't think guys fake their locks.
No, I don't think so.
That's why they look so ratty and nasty, and the girls look
They
flawless.
got
You're
some
like,
guys.
man, how are
they-
those locks so
don't do that
all
to them
so
guys. Some of
uniform?
them guys be looking clean with the locks. They keep them looking
I
fresh.
ain't seen them in a minute.
What?
But of course, I don't know. They might not be real. I don't know what to believe anymore.
There's guys.
I don't know what to
that
believe.
keep the locks looking.
The
real
truth
clean.
is just a real muddled place now.
Y'all gonna tell me something about the Easter Bunny any minute? And like, come on, man.
Somewhere,
Goodness
Dead
gracious.
Prez has found out that their hip hop delegate was actually white.
Yeah, we gotta cut this
For
clip and tag
Oregon.
Dead Prez in it. Like, bruh, we need to talk about your.
Sister Tristan.
I was like, man, maybe sister is like, we're all brothers and sisters, you know?
Well, for the record, it is. A lot of people use that.
Like God's
in
children.
that world, use that term.
You know?
But then
Is
they
there any
ask you to
sports
leave
that
the
we have to talk
NAACP.
about, or are we just kind of
Ooh,
out
no,
on
it's
it right
July
now?
25th.
They here for you. We could talk about Jaylen Brown.
Well, real quick before we do that,
Is that the most expensive overpay? That's crazy.
can we
That
pay out?
wasn't an overpay.
Well, I want to talk about
60
that.
mil?
No, we could talk about Jay. I want to talk about Jay, but you never told us where that picture was, what year it was from.
2003.
Did I say? I said, oh.
Oh, you're
That's
talking
an
about.
all-
Oh, you're talking about the drill, the
Yeah.
Sacramento one. I think it's 99. I don't know. It was just in a script. It was literally in the middle of a sketchbook.
You
I
threw
was
everybody
drawing-
off because you said Utah didn't make the playoffs that year.
In 2023. Somebody said 2021 or 2022. I was like, you thought?
Somebody said it was. I thought you were just saying in general they didn't
No,
make
no.
the playoffs that year. Oh, okay.
No. I think it was 99. I think it was
Yeah.
99 because
They
there were some
put-
98, 99 like dates. Though it was a sketchbook. I used to just like draw shoes and I guess like fake tagging and like pray
Write
for
rhymes.
Sacramento. Praying for Sacramento in 98,
That's
99.
what's up. She's been with
That's
us from
love.
day one.
Day one.
Day one.
Man.
Sister Trista.
It was written.
Trista.
It was written, you know. I've met like 6 people in Portland from Sacramento. It's just like it's written. I tell them, hey, you listen to sports? You a sports fan? They're like, yeah. I'm like, you a 1320 fan? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, tune in Tuesdays.
Here we go.
Tune in.
Light the beam.
Light the beam.
Light them up. Light them up.
Light the beam.
Yeah, click clack.
Light the beam. Okay, back to Jaylen Brown's contract is not an overpay.
66 over 60 million a year for a man who can't go left.
He still averaged
Cap's
damn
going
near
up.
27 points a night.
Cap's going up. He's like 50% of the cap though.
No, he's not. That's not
like
even
40% of the cap.
possible.
Was it 143? 143?
Yeah, but that's the percentage for a max player. It's like 36 or 37% or something like that. Like that's what he's gonna get. That's what Jason's gonna get. That's the market.
Celtics are going to have a real hard time soon.
Yeah, they're gonna have a problem for sure. They better win the championship. That's ultimately what it boils down to. Is they better win a championship.
That's what Jesse, talking about. He says, they essentially got about 2 years to do this with this group. Like,
Yeah.
they got 2 years before they got to make a decision on a bunch of different guys, Jaylen included.
Now you got to work this Porzingis thing in here too. Like you got to
Mhm.
figure out how to play with him. And you lost Marcus.
And you know what? And that's, if they got 2 years from now to figure it out, that's about right. Because what it all total, what they've had about, that would make them have about 5-6 years of title contention. Yeah, you need to get one in that time. Like that's about the time. So yeah, they got 2 years before in total it would have been about 5-6 years. Better get you one.
I heard that Porzingis is really difficult to deal with, like personally.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see how the vibe is. I'm very curious about the vibe. Celtics could go down as a big what if, big time what if story.
Well, what if what though? Like, have they?
I mean, like you had 2 19-year-olds that were supposed to be like so much time. The window's so big because they peaked so early. And then like you had Marcus, who was there as like the culture guy. You bring in Ime, he immediately takes you to the finals. And then it's just like all of a sudden like sand underneath your hands, just sort of like it's just gone. That's kind of what I mean.
I always thought they suffer from not having a point guard.
Yeah, they still really don't.
Yeah, that's the issue. And they would always try. I always thought Marcus Smart was a
Come on with me.
There we go. It's all good.
I gotta charge my phone.
Let's go.
The Trista compound. Look, there's a hoop in the back.
She's a hooper. She's a hooper.
Was it a little rose garden behind you? Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's just the Crick household.
She's a hooper. You already know
You know,
that.
focus.
But I always thought they tried to make Marcus Smart a point guard, and I thought he was a shooting guard. And then
Is he? But he can't really shoot.
They had
though,
like
can he?
3 shooting guards out there.
Can't really shoot though. He's like what, a 34% lifetime 3-point shooter?
Yeah, he's a 2 guard in my opinion.
Marcus? Marcus improved to a 34% 3-point shooter too.
Exactly.
He had a good coach, good teacher.
Ooh, we're back like good crack. Ooh, we're back.
Well, there's a lot going on with your camera right now.
It looks hot
man.
out there, Trista.
Oh my God.
It is. Just stay back. Just stay back. There you go.
Is someone holding your phone while you do this? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, I had you posted up on a Gatorade until my phone started zapping out. I do it for you guys. I literally
Who's
just
holding
do
the
it.
phone though?
Me, I'm holding it.
Oh, you're holding it. Oh, I
I'm
thought
holding
you had somebody holding the
A
phone.
Gatorade. I had a Gatorade. It was posted up against a Gatorade.
Your appearances are never boring. You know that, right?
No,
like
man,
they're
it's
all
money,
very,
man.
they're all
Money
very
every
exciting.
time.
Usually I would just cancel, but not for you. I'd be like, oh, too much going on. Buffalo tried to get me on today, and I was like, nope, can't.
Do you know we get offended when the Odyssey guy texts us or emails Jesse like, oh, Trista can't come on today? And we're like, yo, who the hell is this guy?
Yes.
Who the hell is this guy to cancel Trista's appearance, man? Tell that dude don't email us no more.
And he's like, Damien, send in the StreamYard link anyway, baby. You know what? Trista will tell me her effing self if she's not going to be on today. It is true. I will. I tell him to cancel everyone, but I know that we're not really canceled. Because then if I say to him, like, but not D'Lo and Casey,
Oh, yeah.
then it's like a thing. I'm like, everyone, wink, wink, everyone.
So let me ask you. We only got a couple of minutes, and you got a lot going on too. We appreciate you always.
She got to get her shots up.
She do. That's my girl Trista.
There's a deck right next to it too. I had a multi-level like practice facility back here. One was a sort of a deck that definitely needs to get remodeled while I'm here in town and replaced. And then it's like 2 levels. It was like a little driveway, and then it was the deck. So I'd go up on the deck to put up the threes.
Ball is life. Ball is damn life. That's what I'm talking about. We had a question. I don't know if this was on the air or not, but we'll bring it to the air. We said, does James and Dame start the season with their teams right now?
1,000% yes. 1,000% yes.
The question is, does James and Dame finish the season with their current teams?
I feel like there's a pretty high likelihood with that too.
I think it's definitely happening with Harden's not going anywhere. He's playing in Philadelphia.
Yeah. The IG story that he had was so wild too, because like my boss for the Fan is from Philly. His dad's a Philly legend, Howard Eskin. And he saw James's Instagram story of like ready to get uncomfortable. And he was like, what is he talking about? Like Philadelphia, the DNA is being uncomfortable. We are ready to take this all the way until the wheels fall off. What does he think that this is? We were ready to never trade Ben Simmons.
You think he gonna dog it?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, he absolutely is going to dog it.
James Harden and Daryl
And
Morey.
then Nick Nurse is going to bench him.
Yeah, he's gonna try to play him into getting into shape. He's like, I'm playing you all 48 minutes.
And James is gonna walk up the court for 48 minutes. He's like, you cannot force me to do anything I don't want to do.
He's so I think what's gonna happen is that Daryl Morey and Harden, they're kind of like that relationship, and Daryl getting them back through these like very unethical means, like him dogging it so much. He's finally gonna get to experience it. It's like when you meet a guy and he or a girl and they are with someone and you get them, they're like cheating with you.
I think we have frozen Trista. An official Trista freeze. We had a Trista freeze, first time in history. A Trista freeze. We got her.
DoorDash. The DoorDash called while I was on the phone. Let me turn it on Do Not Disturb.
No.
Potbellies.
Okay. Go ahead. Continue with your cheating partner analogy.
All right. So it's like you meet someone at the club or whatever, and you get into a relationship, but they're already in one. They've been married and they're in an unhappy thing. And then you end up marrying that person. They leave their ex, they leave their wife, they leave their husband, whatever. You get with them, and then you're like shocked that they would do the same thing to you. That's like what's happening with Daryl Morey right now. He's like, oh, me and James, we've been together for so long. And it's like, yeah, but he's been dogging it to get back with you this whole time. You didn't think it was ever going to happen to you? It's happening to you now.
Sorry, Daryl.
Sorry. It's rough out here on these streets.
This was probably top 3 appearance of all time.
I really was.
Top 3, not
really
3.
was.
We're talking 2 or 1 here at this point. Go
The
back
one
to
where I slid down in the chair with Kyle, that's got to be still one, I think.
Oh, that's the one. That was
the eyeball waterfall. Yeah, I think that's got to be number 1.
There was some.
Yeah.
I believe, was that the birth of
I think
Light
I
the Beam,
cussed
baby?
accidentally.
Well, you did that.
Baby.
Yeah,
and
you
then
did
she
that.
had her track. She had her own track. The King's Drake bars.
Oh yeah,
I didn't know that one of your hardcore followers was one of the founding members of Living Legends, which was an absolute fire group that I grew up listening to.
What was the name of the group?
Living Legends.
Who's the person?
I think his name's I'll tag you.
Okay.
I didn't know. You didn't know.
I didn't know. Yeah, Love, something to Love. Anyway, he's a Sacramento fan. He's must be with our Dubs. He's living in Oakland. I don't know.
Our Dubs. Well,
Our Dubs. Sad times for our Dubs.
no.
Great times. We get to bring everybody back.
Yeah, running it
We get
back.
to bring everybody. Draymond's
Running it
back.
back.
Yeah.
Championship aspirations still on.
If this Saudi investment
on
firm is
Kihone,
real, they'll
sir.
offer Draymond a bag and let him go play in Saudi like he.
Draymond got a decision to make.
By the way, really fast. LeBron had a bad yesterday. Like a bad yesterday. Number 1, saying age is just a number to Karl Malone on his Instagram. That was that was strike
good.
1.
Not
Wanting
good.
to go play for Saudi was strike 2.
Probably not good either.
Yeah. Someone needs to just, and you know what? It's a rule of 3s.
Well, thank God Bronny's okay.
Thank God Bronny's okay.
Yeah, thank God Bronny's okay. Okay, go
He
get
might
back to
not play
loading.
basketball again, huh?
You know, I can't lie.
I thought about it too.
I thought about that this morning. Like, oh, that's that. Again, one of the things we talk is I just can't imagine what that call was like.
Yeah.
In a family full of athletes, like and that's a terrible thing to think, but that was one of the. I definitely thought of that this morning, and I don't think that's outside the realm of possibility at all.
There hasn't been that many people who have had cardiac arrest to come back and play the sport. There's only been a few. I hope he's fine, and I hope it was just a one-time thing, but that's definitely not out of the realm of
Is that what Sharif had? Sharif O'Neal, and he's back.
I think that's what happened to Sharif.
Yeah, it's just. But you're right, Tristan. That's probably the only person I could think of.
I mean, DeMar's playing football.
I think there's 3, but he got hit, right? So one was cardiac arrest based on impact. This was based on heart.
We don't
right?
know. We don't. Yeah,
Yeah.
we don't know what it was based on. Like Hank Gathers had an illness.
Right.
Reggie, I think, had the same illness.
Mhm.
Right.
We don't know what happened to Bronny yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll find out more. Prayers up to Bronny, though.
Indeed.
Yes, indeed.
Prayers
well,
up to me. I've got so
Oh.
many boxes to go through.
all right, we'll go
More
get to those
pictures.
boxes. Yeah, we'll be following on Twitter for sure. The Sister Trista's nostalgia trip.
And thank you for calling me on my birthday, Trista, even if
Yeah.
I missed you.
I'd
and I
pick
Even
called
if
up.
you were bucket naked.
All right, tell Mama Crick we said hi.
I will. I'm sure she's watching on YouTube right now.
Oh well, I'm Mama
Hey,
Crick.
Mama Craig.
All right. See you guys.
All
All
right,
right, take care, Trista.
Trista Crick. What do you want?
We got to go to 43. We blew out through that one. We got to go to 43.
See, that's how I knew I had to get that 13th round in early.
Trista was like, okay, real
Port-
quick. Real quick.
Portland Tristan is different.
Oh, she definitely hits different. Like, yeah. All sorts of skin
Portland
showing through
Trista.
that whole, yeah, like if she was on a whole sister Trista.
And then you mentioned Sharif earlier. He had surgery to prevent like going into cardiac arrest and stuff. It was to prolong his career.
But they had the other dude from Baylor, I think, who wasn't able to play. I remember they did the honorary draft.
The draft,
Yeah,
that's
Isaiah
right.
Austin.
Yeah, they discovered that in a physical, right?
I think so.
Did they discover that in a physical?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a draft moment. That moment got me.
Yeah, that was tough.
Because I think Adam said the NBA selects. Oh,
Mhm.
that was a
Yeah, that was
was a good
tough.
one.
That was tough. I think he's working in the NBA now.
yeah, I think he is too.
Yeah.
Regardless of what his basketball future is, I hope Bronny's okay. That's
Yeah, for sure, man. For
just
sure.
scary.
Yep.
You know, I did have a plan for Trista. I did want to ask her about De'Aaron and the MVP conversation. That we lost that quick. And the good news is, well, it's not I don't sound weird. The good news is Jason's not with us today.
Oh,
But it'll give us. We've still got plenty of time. There's still a lot to do. We've got the top 25 games of the Kings season. We got game number 19 today. We've got football to talk about. We had 27 NFL training camps get underway today, including the San Francisco 49ers. Brock Purdy was cleared to practice. Nick Bosa was not. He was cleared to practice, but he's not practicing. Though it seems everyone is fully prepared for that. And I think even our buddy Nick Wagner tweeted that's a little bit more. That's kind of a mutual decision. Let's get this massive contract extension taken care of. And once we do that, you can get out there and get ready for the season.
yeah.
So we'll talk more football here as the day progresses as well.
I got a quick question that just came to my mind just now. Because we were thinking about other things going on in sports. Giants A's play tonight. And there's like I don't know what to call it, but A's fans are talking about sell the team, coming to AT&T tonight. Giants fans who want the A's to stay, going to be there talking about all this other stuff. Did you hear the latest about how the Vegas situation, like they haven't found out how they're going to get the money?
No.
They have no idea how they're getting the money. Like they didn't even put the paperwork into the Major League Baseball yet. That was supposed to happen during like a month ago or whatever.
Shortly after the approval.
Yeah,
right.
Paperwork has never been put in. So I was talking to Charlie about it. Charlie thinks, and this is what James had said before, I think he had mentioned it, if he was going to have to sell afterwards. Some people believe he's going to have to sell. If Vegas wants the team in Vegas, he's going to have to sell and somebody else is going to have to take over that team. But
and pay for the stadium?
Yeah, and I think Charlie was saying that he thinks the Bally, the Diamond Group, the Bally, they might buy the team.
What?
And do all that. Yeah. Who's under bankruptcy, right? They're bankrupt. Filed for bankruptcy.
Boy, being rich in America is different. Being only in America can you file for bankruptcy and then go buy a professional sports franchise?
Come on, man. Yeah, Dr. Davis said they haven't even sent plans to the city or the county.
Does any of this sound familiar? Does this sound like the Oakland playbook? And then they blame Oakland for it? Isn't this what Oakland asked for them many times?
I think so. You know what this.
I'm beginning to
of,
think the problem might not have been Oakland.
Well, look. You know what this reeks of, and who this looks so terrible on, is Rob Manfred, because Rob Manfred orchestrated all of this, put his name, which is mud right now, but put his name on the line to make sure this happens. They didn't even have anything ready. Yeah. They didn't have the only thing they had ready were the bags to send to those councilmen and women to get the votes. That's the only thing they had.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have anything else put together.
Stephen
They
Brown.
don't have literally nothing else to put together.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
That is, yeah. So I was talking to Charlie about that yesterday, and I don't know what happens with that team. Like, I think we all think Vegas. I don't know what happens with that team. I have no idea, because that's the other thing. If you're Fisher, your plan is probably to sell after all this happens.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you're selling before, because you ain't gonna make no money.
Yeah, you'd be selling problems.
Yeah.
You need to get the problems dealt with before you sell.
But you don't have the money to get the problems dealt with. At least not in Las Vegas. This is.
Was Rob Manfred recently up for Did that happen?
I don't know for sure.
I can't remember if it was gonna happen.
It was going to happen, that he was going to be re-elected
or elected. Yeah.
They were like, yeah, next week's meetings he's going to be approved to be commissioner again.
What a joke.
Mm-hmm.
What a joke. The worst commissioner in professional sports.
He's
not
awful.
Even close.
Awful.
At least with guy, if for whatever reason you don't like Adam Silver, if you don't like Roger Goodell, because he's the face of, probably the most corrupt entity outside of the International Olympic Committee and FIFA. Fine. But I do believe Roger Goodell has the best interest of the NFL at heart.
Mm-hmm.
I think he takes a lot of bullets. That's literally his job. Rob Manfred is a goof. He's an absolute goofball who's running a professional sports league.
Yeah, I agree.
What the hell is Rob Manfred's background? Though, man.
Isn't he? Aren't all these guys lawyers, former lawyers or something?
Adam definitely was. I think Roger was. Maybe Rob Manfred is too.
I don't know how maybe I need to apply. Can I apply to be commissioner of Major League Baseball?
He did go to law school.
He used to be a lawyer and business executive, it says.
So he's like Ryan of The Office. He went to business school. Went to Hart. Rome Free Academy, enrolled in. Oh, he transferred to Cornell. I was like, none of this screams MLB commissioner, but he transferred to Cornell like Andy Bernard did.
Who's Andy Bernard? I mean, I don't know. I didn't get that far into it. I didn't get that far into it.
But yet you're willing to name people in The Office who resemble certain characters.
Yeah, you know what? You disrespected people who watched the show earlier.
Bro,
you
a
disrespected
fraud.
us.
You a fraud.
I didn't get that far into the show.
Man's a fraud.
I'm not there yet.
Kimberly got Pam vibes. Sit down, sir.
I think Kim looks around this office and just shakes her head sometimes.
Oh, she definitely does that. She definitely does that. And it doesn't help that she sits directly outside of our studio. Like, we could see her 4 hours a day. She can see us 4 hours a day. And many times I've seen her look in here with a look of confusion on her face. Can we also acknowledge that the worst combo of commissioners in sports history has to be Bud Selig to Rob Manfred? I don't know that any other commissioner in any professional sports has gotten to pass the way that Bud Selig does. Bud Selig is in the Hall of Fame. Barry Bonds isn't.
Come on, man.
Roger Clemens isn't.
Bud Selig.
Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa, they're not. But Bud Selig is.
Bud Selig was awful.
Alex Rodriguez can't be in the Hall of Fame, but Bud Selig can.
Yeah, I can't believe this man put himself in the Hall of Fame. And they were like, yeah, Bud. Yeah, let's have a ceremony for you. This guy was awful. It was awful.
Absolutely.
He almost single-handedly killed the sport. I'll even say this. I say he's terrible, but I've said a number of different times. Baseball is actually cool. Like it's they do some good things with baseball. And Rob Manfred gets, I guess, credit by association because he's the commissioner. I think other people are putting this together, but I think he's credit by association. But almost killed the entire sport. Made it not cool at all.
Yeah.
Like it was awful.
Who's the Jerry Jones in Major League Baseball? Is there one?
Maybe one of the Yankee guys, I guess.
How?
It doesn't now I feel like it was George, but I don't feel like this. How got that vibe?
Probably the Red Sox guys who don't care about the Red Sox.
Those guys sold out a bit too, though.
Yeah, they don't.
Like baseball's just changed.
Yeah. All right. We'll come back. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I have no clue what we're doing when we get back. We've got to shuffle a little bit, obviously, because we've been talking for an hour straight. Shout out Trista Crick.
We could probably go countdown after this because this one won't.
No, let's go count. But we'll go.
I was just saying because this one won't take that long.
Let's keep comparing.
Yeah.
office
Well,
characters.
what else are we gonna do?
Well, we got the Niners and we got the NFL.
Yeah, we got Niners. We got Niners and the NFL. I don't know. Stick around. We'll all find out together. It'll be a prize for all of us. What's next on D-Lo and KC? Brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Stop it. Don't
Trey
do
Lance.
that to him. Don't do that to him.
It's done.
Look at Dave Chappelle in here with the jokes.
Okay. This is not a pastel color either. It's a peach. It's mauve. I don't know what Bryce is trying to say in his latest message, but it looks terribly inappropriate.
That was kind of funny. No, not the latest one. The one before was kind of funny, but I don't know what the latest one is.
I don't know what he's trying to. Hey, we're on commercial, but you're on camera. So are you okay with that?
Hi, sure.
So we said there should be a show, Life at Odyssey. That's like, and then it said we related it to The Office. So how would you feel if you were related to Jan Levinson?
That's a little aggressive.
Well, you're not Michael, right? It's like you couldn't be Michael. We gave that honor to Aaron.
And I said, who I don't watch The Office.
Well,
I was like, well, she could be the guy that's always talking to Michael, and that's Jan.
No, she can't be Dwight. She's not Dwight.
No, the lady that Michael has to report to.
That was Jan.
That's what I was saying.
Jan,
I said
Jan
I
Levinson.
said, but I don't even know.
Will she end up being cuckoo for Cocoa?
Yeah, she was a little crazy.
So there's that.
Yeah, she was a little crazy.
But sometimes Aaron does.
Yeah, no.
Kind of like Scottisms in the kindest way possible. I would say that's actually.
Yeah,
Hey, can we have a show? Let's set it up.
Life at Odyssey.
I feel like we were talking about this earlier. I don't know that people would believe it. They would think it was scripted.
Yeah.
Because the things that sometimes happen here, you wouldn't even believe it, right?
We're going straight to the top if we get a show.
I mean, it's not a bad idea.
We could pull it off.
If you can get that cleared through legal, I'd be real
Does
impressed.
Kim? Does she have a little Pam in her?
No, Kim is way sassier than.
See, I told you. Look, this dude's watched 3
Kim is
episodes of The
more
Office.
Like, Mindy Kaling's.
Yeah,
maybe, except not slutty.
Kelly. Yeah, she's Kelly.
Because Kelly is like sassier.
I haven't got there.
Yeah,
yet.
she's
So
definitely
Kelly.
not Pam, but like I get it. Pam is in charge of everything. Like Kim's kind
I
of
can
in
say
charge
Kim,
of
Kind of
everything.
looks at us and just shakes her head.
Well, she definitely does
You know
that.
who, right? Jen Enders reminds me of Pam. Because Pam
Sweet,
was always
yeah.
pleasant and
Yeah.
sweet, and when people
Yeah.
would say and do stupid things, she still had
Because
a smile
Jen's
on her
definitely not
face.
Toby. Like she's definitely not
No.
Toby.
No.
Or Catalina. Catalina has
How
no
have you
Pam.
not
in
watched
her.
that show?
I don't know. I watched about
I
4
think it should be on your
episodes.
list. Okay.
I'm getting there. Well,
He watched the 4th episode like 2 years
Like
ago.
the first, well, and when you watch those back, because I just started watching with my kids,
Yeah.
they were teenagers, and I was like, ooh, like they couldn't make
Oh,
those episodes.
yeah,
today.
no,
the show's
yeah.
hilarious though. I
And
enjoy
my
it.
kids were mortified. They're like, "How did you watch?" I'm like,
The gay witch hunt episode that still airs on
Okay.
Comedy Central is wild.
Okay, that's
Like, how is this on
"Oh
television?
my god, yeah, there's a lot
Crazy.
of them. The one with the forehead that they were playing. the
Cookie,
game.
cookie. Yeah, that's like one of the first episodes too.
Yes, have
Yeah.
you seen that one yet?
I think
Diversity training.
No,
that's right,
that's what I
Dr. David.
did.
That's
I
what
did.
it is.
I was
Diversity
like, oh,
training.
God.
I did see that.
Uncomfortable to watch now.
No,
Yeah.
it cracked me. The last one I watched was the basketball episode. That was it. That was like what 4?
Yeah, it was like the 4th episode of the
I'm getting
show.
there. I'm working on it.
Have you seen Office Space
Is that the movie
never
where they're
seen that.
smashing the computers
with
and
the flare?
Yeah, I
Wasn't
said I
Jennifer
don't
Aniston
remember
in
it though.
So 1 year for Halloween, we dressed up like.
So we gotta do the show. Sorry, but
Okay.
Stephen Brown says that's definitely D'Lo's jacket. You're a jerk, Stephen. Okay, thank you. All right.
Oh no.
See, you don't even know who Robert
Oh,
California is
no.
yet.
I was waiting for her to leave so I could say that finally.
Y'all are wild. That was a fun commercial break. Y'all might want to look that one up on. We pulled our boss in and gave her the Jan Levinson comparison.
Hey, we could get a show though.
She was slightly mortified to begin, but she did kind of.
And she said if we can get it past HR, we can have a show.
No, that's not what she said. Because I think we could get it past HR. She said if we could get it past legal,
Oh yeah,
we
she
could
did
have a
say
show.
legal.
And you know how hard it was to just get the name D'Lo and KC approved by legal? Like, what do you mean you're looking for? It's my name. She's talking about clear this through legal. Yeah, no. So what we learned during that commercial break is life at Odyssey is not happening.
It's such a great show.
Some of y'all need to some of y'all are thirsty.
Uh-oh.
Y'all need to stop it.
What the hell is wrong with people?
Y'all thirsty asses. I swear to
Oh my
God,
gosh.
this chat.
We can't have anybody on this show with this chat.
Thirsty as hell.
Oh, once again. I'm gonna get there. I'm telling you. We get there.
You are lying to all of us.
I'm gonna watch.
Like, well, you know, the best part about that is you trying to convince Stacey. No, I like the show. It's funny.
I
I'm
do
watching.
like the
I watched
show.
4 episodes. Yeah, you watched the 4th episode 2 years ago.
Are we a joke to you? Seriously, are we a joke to you?
It was 2 years ago. It wasn't 2 years ago. It was more like 11 months ago.
First of all, how dare you?
I got a question. See?
That's Kelly. Am
Okay,
I wrong?
no,
Yeah,
you're
He
right.
got it. He got it.
Yeah, I don't know how you knew that. but
Yeah.
that's-
I know things. I mean,
Kelly's
watch it.
character evolved a lot over she wasn't the like celebrity obsessed kind of perky girl like at the start of the show.
Mm.
She was a little more like her shirts would be buttoned all the way up to here. She'd have these like weird her character really changed after like season 2 or 3.
Mm.
Hey, but my Robert California pick spot on.
No, the Robert California spot on.
I don't even know. And it's
You don't even know-
hilarious.
you don't
No,
know
it's
who-
hilarious.
You don't
No.
know who D'Angelo
Oh, 'cause
Vickers
I know,
is
I know
either.
who he thinks is Robert
Well,
California.
watch that season back, bro. Watch
Yeah.
that one season.
We got to give to like D'Angelo Vickers, one of the great names in
What?
television history.
What?
You know who D'Angelo Vickers was?
Oh, was it Idris Elba?
No,
Wasn't he on the show?
Idris Elba was Charles.
Who was
D'Angelo Vickers was Will Ferrell. Will Ferrell went on NBC and his name was D'Angelo.
Oh man, come on, man.
D'Angelo Vickers.
Come on, that show sounds inappropriate, but it's hilarious. It sounds hilarious.
When he tries to do the free throw dunk.
Come on, man. What, they had another basketball episode?
No, it was just a scene. It was actually the scene that wrote D'Angelo off the show.
Oh,
That wrote Will Ferrell off the show. It's because after Steve Carell left, they tried to like fill it with different people so there wasn't such a void there, and so they had Will Ferrell on for a couple episodes, and then Robert California came in, which was who was Robert Was it James Spader?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's who it was. It was a big time actor, and he came in and filled in a season, and then they finally wound the show down. I think the following season.
Why did Steve Carell leave?
He was making movies.
He just
He was a movie star.
He wasn't doing. He did movie. He did 40-year-old virgin.
No,
before
he
that, right?
did. Yeah, but like
But it started
he
to pick
became
up.
he became like that's when he started doing like more serious movies. I mean, he still did some comedies. He does a ton
He's
of
hilarious.
voiceover work.
He is hilarious. Like every time I see him, just in movies, off whatever. Like he's a funny dude. He's a funny dude.
Yeah, 40-year-old virgin was a great movie.
It was.
It was a very funny movie.
It really was. They did a good job with that. Are you
You want to get your troll of a fiance out of the chat right now?
What'd she say now?
She's Jazz. Am I listening to sports radio? Hey, Jasmine, mind your own business. How about that? Says the guy who can lock the door if she's knocking on it.
Let's talk about the Yankees.
Let's not ever talk about the Yankees. We've got top 25 games. We've got game number 19 coming up here in just a few minutes, and we'll talk 49ers football. We'll talk NFL. We'll talk about training camp. We'll talk about everything that went on today. A couple of other quick notes that we just won't spend very much time on. So we'll get back to sports, Jasmine.
She told us to stick to sports.
She really did. Shut up and dribble. Who knew? Be your own people.
That's funny.
Candace Parker underwent surgery to fix a fracture in her foot. She's missed the last 5 games. No timetable was set for her return. Apparently, it's something she's been playing with all year. Couldn't play through it anymore. Tried to rest a couple of games. That wasn't working. So she had surgery yesterday. I'm going to go out on a limb, just an opinion. I think Las Vegas is going to be okay. Las Vegas, sneaky like Sacramento. In the sense they rely a lot on their starters. Their starters play a ton of minutes. How they adjust without one of their pieces, without one of their key pieces. Though,
just give the ball to the MVP more.
She's Candace Parker, but
she's the 5th person on that
pretty much.
5.
Yeah, pretty much.
Candace, I was just about to ask. I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all, but it's about towards the end, right? She's been around for a long time. I'm not saying she's not productive. I'm just saying
absolutely.
She's been around for a long time.
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
2 times she could get her 3rd championship. 3 different teams. It's good stuff.
Yeah, no, she could.
That's good stuff.
She definitely could. I'm gonna go out on a limb. She is.
Yeah. Ain't nobody beating these guys.
Oh, y'all called Matt George Mose. Come on, man.
They just called Ham Toby though.
Oh, see, I think that's the hair.
What do you got?
That's the
Ham
red.
no sells a lot of your jokes though.
Ham no sells every joke. Ham's never laughed.
My favorite bit is when Casey's out and you're in with Ham, and you'll say something to Ham, just like, all right, whatever Matt means.
and James just talks through it. Yeah, Matt George is Mose and James. The James Ham Toby, it kind of works.
Oh man,
it kind of works.
I'm gonna have
dry sense of humor.
I'm gonna have to see. Do I know Toby right now after 4 episodes?
No, you do barely.
Probably
not.
Yeah, probably not. There's no real Toby centric episodes. Like pretty much everybody has like a storyline. The only storyline Toby really had was going to Costa Rica. That was the only storyline he ever had. And he ran away because he had a crush on Pam and he accidentally touched her leg.
That's funny when he hops over the gate.
All right, guys, I'm gonna run home now. And he jumps over the fence and runs home. Goodbye, Toby. It's been nice.
The world.
Do we have an Angela in here?
An Angela. Oh, that's a good call. Who is an Angela?
Is it that one HR person that kind of sends the mean messages sometimes? You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm not saying her name. So I don't know her name either. No, I know her name. She's the one who sends the breakdowns of endorsements. Yeah, I'm not. No. No, if it could be Justine. Justine, or one of our salespeople, is very like she is ruthless.
Yeah,
like
she-
she'll
No, don't mess with Justine.
yeah, Justine will.
Matter of fact, I'm not even in this conversation.
No, Justine, no, like she goes.
I don't want no problems with Justine.
Life at Odyssey coming to
Life at
a
Odyssey.
coming
Can't
to a
wait.
streaming coming to Hulu.
Coming to
All black everything.
coming to Tubi.
Tubi, coming to Tubi. Everything is on Tubi.
Coming to Tubi. Life at Odyssey.
Hey, Jasmine, we're talking Kings basketball next. Game number 19 in the top, because we have to break here, right? Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make
Controversial ranking for this game.
Very controversial.
Mm.
Indeed, it is. Game number 19 in our top 25 games of the Kings season. Coming up here is D'Lo and KC. Roll along on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
The Office has carried today's show.
The Office. This is the name of the show today.
Now I'm just looking around like who else fits different characters? Like, is there a Stanley here? Someone who just wants to get their job done and leave. And who's Dwight? Like, Dwight's really important. Who is Dwight?
I don't think we have a Dwight. Like, I feel like maybe you gotta. Yeah, I don't think we have a Dwight.
Could Dwight be Nelson?
I haven't been around Nelson enough.
Was I in the right direction when I said Catalina might be Pam?
Nah. I don't think Carolina has a character.
I think Stacy was right when, like, Jen is that's a really good comp. Jen's a really, really good comp. Who's Daryl? It's probably us.
we're the warehouse.
Yeah, we're the warehouse.
Since we're doing Life at Odyssey, who's Ebro?
Madge. Huh?
Since we're doing Life at Odyssey, who will be Ebro? Do you remember how he was on the show?
No, was he?
Ebro was
yelling at
like the
people?
only one that wanted to talk.
Mm.
Nobody else wanted to do anything because of the cameras. I need to find that show. on YouTube.
Ramsey is Stanley. My God, Nikki's still here. Goodness gracious. Nikki been here since like 5 a.m.
Nikki has been here forever.
Oh, absolutely. Blew right past it. Didn't even say a good job, D'Lo and KC. Just was like, yeah, this isn't their meeting.
Completely no so.
Just treated
Like, I got Rich stood up like, yeah, this happened, this, and we're just kind of like, yeah, and then okay.
Whole team pops. Not Aaron. Aaron stopped short of fuck those idiots.
We just stonewalls. He's like, so come talk now. It's your turn.
Like, let's bring Bailey back up to do another impression of me.
Didn't he go straight to Complex after that?
Yeah, we just went to the next
like,
speaker. He didn't even say anything.
Yeah, here comes Complex.
Cool. Thanks, Aaron. Well, Jim, see, that's one of the issues with Pam's. I don't know that there's a Jim. You know who might be Jim? You.
Who's Jim?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Which one is
Jim's
Jim?
literally like the second main character on the show.
Yeah, he's like the most likable one too, and stuff like that.
Is he the one that likes Pam?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I know the name was Jim.
This
like
dude.
a Sean to me.
He looked like a Sean. Yeah, you might be Jim.
So there's a scene here that I'm gonna have to watch later on from This Is Hot 97,
Mm-hmm.
where Ebro's talking to Funk Flex,
Okay.
and it says, "This is Hot 97. Funk Flex goes nuts for donuts." Now I'm gonna have to watch this. Let me put this on save. Watch later. 9 years ago, that show came out.
Wow.
You ever see the video where they debuted Otis between Kanye and Jay-Z, and Funflex brought it out? And it was like a 25-minute release of the song where he's just interrupting it and starting it over. Then he'll interrupt it like 3 minutes and start it
That's
over.
such a New York thing to do.
I'm in the
too.
minority. I love when he does that.
That's such a New York
I love
thing.
when he does that. I love the stop, talk. No, you don't understand. I need all of you guys to hide under your beds. I'm out here now. It takes a wings. No, I need you guys to hide,
Man, bro. God damn. I would just for once. When you complain about Kenny's microphone, please DM him. Stop DMing me. Stop tagging me in tweets. Stop mentioning it on every single social media platform. Kenny has those platforms too. You can scream at him for talking too soft. You can yell at him in all caps for being too loud. You could do all that. Just stop messaging me.
They message me. I'm gonna just send them that Stephen A. gift. Just looking.
And if you message me, just know I got to pot it up all the way.
I'm gonna just look.
Man.
Like, all right.
Bro, it's D'Lo and Casey. You just got to ride with it at this point.
Pretty much. Boy, look. Oh, hey, Warren, I got these messages you sent. Man.
Uh-oh.
Man. Not everybody who rides with D'Lo and KC rides with D'Lo and KC. Boy, that's a cold world out there.
It'll be like that sometimes.
Yeah, I'll send them to the group text, but goodness gracious.
Like that sometimes,
you wonder why people disappear from the chatty house sometimes. I found them. Shout out NBA Young Kobe.
No.
Oh, no, I'm dead serious. Shout out NBA Young Kobe. We see you, bro.
Hey, man, gotta get where you can get minutes. You know what I'm saying?
He's nice with the keyboard, bro. There's no one on the keyboard like that guy.
Trying to play, trying to get in the game. You can't play here.
Nah, y'all don't even understand what I'm talking about. And that's all right. That's all right. Not everybody appreciated our conversation with TK. We'll just leave it at that. Top 25 games of the Kings season. Number 19. October 31st.
Halloween.
Against the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah. Kings winning to Charlotte. They won 115-108 over the Charlotte Hornets. And I'll say right now, to improve to 2-4. Right? Improve to 2-4. Now,
keep that in the back of your mind, by the way, because that time of the season is going to come back later.
Yeah. they improved to 2-4.
Mm-hmm.
They were down 15 at the half.
Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox goes out with a knee injury after trying to take a charge. He tries to come back in.
Yeah.
He immediately comes back out. And you're looking at that situation like, yo, what's wrong with Fox?
Mm-hmm.
We're already 2-4, or excuse me, we're 1-4. What's wrong with Fox? He tried to come back. He couldn't. We didn't get him reports at the time during the game of, it's just a bruise or nothing like that. We didn't know.
Wound up missing the next game.
Mm-hmm. And then you have a situation that we learned later where Keegan Murray is going through some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't playing well, and he's going through some things. And out of nowhere, and maybe you can help me out with this one, because I was trying to nail it down if this is actually what was going on. I feel like our guy who we talked about earlier, number 15, Davion Mitchell, was getting a lot of scrutiny coming into this game, because I just remember he balls out in the first quarter. I think he has like 8 to 10 points in the first quarter. And people are like, oh, Davion's just fine. Y'all leave Davion alone. I remember those type of tweets going on. But I think he was under a lot of scrutiny. Balled out in the first half. Finishes with 23 on 9 of 11 from the floor. 5 of 6 from beyond the arc. And I remember coming on the airwaves after this. This is where the foreshadowing comes in just a little bit. I remember coming on the airwaves the next day, and I said, it sounds crazy, guys. I know they're 2-4. I know it's the Sacramento Kings last 16 years or whatever. But that game felt like early 2000s Sacramento Kings.
I remember that. Mm-hmm.
That game felt like Chris Webber couldn't go tonight, and Keon Clark had 2 big tip-ins in the game. That game felt like Peja couldn't go, and Jimmy Jackson balled out. And I'm not going to say people like just ripped me to shreds. It wasn't that. But there were people like, KC, settle down. That is not what this team, settle down. They're doing too much. I said, nah, that game gave me a different feeling about this team.
If I remember correctly, when you first mentioned the early 2000s, you actually had to clarify, like we all focus on 04, 03 and 04. let's expand our early 2000s by a couple of years and dive into some of these other teams.
Or
And
to cut you off, 02-03,
Mhm.
like Western Conference and
Mhm.
then Chris Webber's injury year. That's what we always think about when we think about go.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It expands your horizons here on these early 2000 squads and think about what they did to get to that point in 2, 3, 4, and so on.
Yeah.
And I think some people fell back a little bit after that.
Yeah.
Because it was that's that early the very, very beginning of the 2000s. That was like a growing stage for what became those Western Conference playoff teams, deep in the Western Conference playoff teams.
I also remember this game, and once again, this may be something that I internalized when I put it in 19, but I remember this being for me, it was a big game because you started off 0-4. You got the win against Miami to go to 1-4, and then you looked at what was going on because remember everybody was talking about how tough the start of the season was. I said, well, you got that win in Miami at home against Miami. That was big. If you can beat Charlotte and then you play Orlando a couple of days later, now you're at 3-5 and you're holding your head above water or whatever. And they're getting beat up in the first half. They're down 15. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah,
like,
tough.
this is going to ruin everything. Mason Plumlee was going to work on these guys.
Lord and Savior.
He was looking like the Lord and Savior in that first half. He was killing. They had Rashawn Holmes tried to guard him. There was Alex Lynn signing. He couldn't guard him. They couldn't do nothing with Mason Plumlee.
Everyone played in this Hornets game except for Chemezi. And when I say everyone, Matthew Dellavedova played.
So looking back at this game and then the box score, I had a little bit of a Bobby Hansen situation.
Oh.
I remember Delly having like 12 points off the bench.
How many did he have?
He had 3. Hit 1 3-pointer. And I looked
at coach, put me back in.
I said, Delly only had 3 points. I think his 3 gave the Kings the lead midway through the third quarter or late in the third quarter or something like that. But yeah, Delly played in this game. And it just, to me,
Bobby Hansen.
It just signified, I didn't know it was going to be like this, but it was like, I got a feeling about this squad. Like I said, De'Aaron goes down. We don't know what's going on with De'Aaron. Sabonis didn't play well.
Okay, so I would say call back to the 6th game of the season. Remember what happened? Domas fouled out. As was customary in the first 6, 7, 8 games of the season. Domas was in foul trouble. He fouled out of this one.
9 points, 16 rebounds, 7 assists, which is fine. But 9 points on 3 of 9, played 31 minutes somehow. I don't even know how he played that many minutes fouling out. But he was not like a problem in this game, like as far as like being good. He was saddled with foul trouble the whole time. And it was just, and like I said, De'Aaron's gone out. We don't know what's going on with him. And it's like, oh man, like, this is looking bleak. But they found a way. Guys stepped up. They found a way to get a win and continue their climb to getting back to above water. And I don't know. I thought this game was pretty important. I remember this game when it happened. And I thought it was a quiet moment of the season. It didn't change everything. If they would have lost the game, I don't know. I don't think their season would be different. But I just remember that one.
You took the initiative to put this list together. Is it fair to say this is your Laker game? What that Laker game was to me, is this yours?
I'll say this. Looking back at the list, I could see the Laker game being above this.
No. That's not what I mean.
No, because I think I know what you mean, because I think looking back, I might hold that Laker game in higher regard.
Okay.
At the time, before I start going back and watching these games, I just did them off of memory and what I thought. At the time, the Hornets game was higher. Looking back and seeing what Fox did in that fourth quarter and what was going on, it probably could have been higher on the list, or at the very least, it could have been above the Hornets.
So you think higher of that game than you do this one?
They're equal. They're
Okay.
equal.
So there's nothing.
Yeah, they're
then
equal.
it's fine. Then you
Yeah,
have him in
they're
the right spot. You just made a. I mean, I don't know if mentioned. Davion. We talked a lot about Davion earlier.
Mhm.
Davion was 9 of 11 in this
cooking.
game. No De'Aaron Fox.
Mm-hmm.
31 minutes for Davion Mitchell in this game. 5 of 6 from 3 from Davion Mitchell in this game. 23 points. 26 points from Kevin Huerter.
Mm-hmm.
Domas did a terrific job rebounding, but he was only 3 of 9 from the field.
Yeah. Harrison got on the graphic this time.
Hey, shout out at HB.
16 points, 9 rebounds.
I got to post the graphic.
Harrison got on the graphic. That'd be his first time on the year. Poor Harrison. We love you, Harrison.
We do. We
love you, man.
We legit do.
But so a couple of notes just real quick from this game. Number one, I love the Hornets announcers. That play-by-play guy, he's hilarious. I like that guy. They get really excited. The other thing, there was a lot of retroactively now scouting for the Kings or for D'Lo and KC with this Hornets team. PJ Washington's on that team.
Yeah.
Kelly Oubre's on that team. So you look at Mason Plumlee is the guy that was on that team. So it's like, man, I remember looking at Kelly Oubre in this game. I was like, they could still sign Kelly Oubre. I mean, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm with that.
You could still sign PJ,
right? That's what I'm saying. I think. Let me make.
I mean,
sure.
sort of. You could sort of sign PJ. You can sign him to an offer sheet, but
30. PJ had 28 and 37 minutes, 12 and 21 from the field, 3 or 4 from beyond the arc.
Yeah.
Kelly Oubre had 16 on the night. So I was just looking at those guys like, man, these are guys that you possibly look at, at one point, hoping they be on the Kings. The other thing that I remember from this game is this game spawned the famous Bill Simmons tweet. This was when he went on Twitter and said, what could you get for De'Aaron Fox now? Because it looks like Davion can be a starting point
that's
guard.
right.
And I think it was Who Says No, Russell Westbrook, and 2028 first for De'Aaron Fox or something like that. All because of the way Davion played in this game. Mm-hmm. Number 19, a Halloween classic, 115-108. The Davion Mitchell game.
The Davion Mitchell game.
And I also, for some reason, thought it was the Delhi game, but it was.
Delhi. Bobby Hansen. 3 points changed the whole game. KZ Okpala played 4 in this one. Seconds. He played 4 seconds in this game.
That's back when it was routine for KZ to get in for the last 3 seconds of the half.
The last defensive possession of the And shout out to KZ Okpala.
He was ready to go every time.
Always willing to do it.
Yeah, ready to go.
Always willing to do it.
Number 19.
Yeah,
I will say this
one.
about
that's a good. I feel good about this one after you explained it, because when I was taking the notes, I was like, "This Kenny's lost his freaking mind." Like I'm gonna have to go through this because I know what's on the list, but I don't want to look too far ahead. I want to take each game as it is. So I haven't examined the list. I just, what's next? 18. Go to 18. Look it up. All right, let's keep moving.
I will say this about the list, the top 25 games. I mean, all 25 are sensational in their own right. Business is about to pick up. Business is about to pick up with the nostalgia of 22-23 season.
Yeah, I mean,
business is about to pick up.
There's so many. It's almost like, all right, let's get through these. These are fun. Like, how many truly unforgettable games were there?
Right.
Well, there's a couple.
Yeah, business is about to pick up.
There's definitely a couple. Let's get our man TC in here, 916-909-1320. TC, what's good, baby?
Man, what's up with my two brothers?
We good, man. What's going on, TC?
What's going on, man? Look, I want to lead with the Kings real quick, but then I got a point on boxing too.
Okay.
On the Kings, check it out. Look, that looked like a steal. Getting Domas and Sabonis for Jaylen Brown's contract.
Wait, run that back for me again. You that looked like a steal. Get who? You said Domas
that was
and
a-
Sabonis.
No, my bad. I meant Domas and Fox.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Man,
Okay.
It's like Jaylen. That was a steal. That was a steal when you look at it, in my opinion. And it was a little overpaying. Go ahead, Kenny.
No, I was just gonna say it is, but it's all timing and circumstance. Like we're gonna have to pay De'Aaron Fox like $350 million when his contract is up. Like that's just the nature of the like it was the timing, so it worked out for us, and it coincides with the cap going up. But I agree with you, man. Having those two on there for the same amount essentially as what you're paying for Jaylen Brown, it's a good look.
Yeah, but see, when Fox come up for his contract, he gonna be worth. I'm not saying Jaylen ain't worth it, bro, but like, come on, man, like no jump shot, like Tristan said, can't go like you get me, like Jaylen's not a dude where you like, hey, we finna get on your back tonight, bro. We need you to drop 50. He's not. You know what I mean?
I agree.
You get me?
I agree, and I really like Jaylen Brown. I think he can go, but I agree he's not that guy. He's not that guy.
I don't know that I agree with that.
Jesse,
Is Jaylen that guy? Go ahead, Casey.
No, I want to hear what you got. But is TC still there? What's your boxing real quick, TC?
All right, look, check it out. So, hey, is Kambosos that dude that just fought like over the past weekend from like Australia or something, like the flashy dude?
Is he a flashy
like,
dude?
No, like he's kind of flashy. I was watching his fight over the weekend. I really don't like that dude, Kenny. He don't really got a power.
He weak, and T.O. sorry for losing to him. He weak. Kambosos ain't that dude.
Okay, good. Jesse, is Jaylen that dude?
Well, like he's not a one. Like I don't think he's not a 1A type player, but I think like he's not also just a Robin. Like how people are saying, oh, you gave $300 million to like the Robin or the B part of whatever this top team and stuff like that. Like the guy went out and got 27 points per game this year or nearly and stuff like that. And I think, I mean, at the Celtics point, like what else are you going to do? You're not going to pay him and then what? You're going to let him leave?
Yeah, you're not letting him leave.
Yeah, like that is like the people who say, oh, they paid him too much. What would you have done? You're going to let him leave, close your championship window? You're going to trade him for Dame? That's not going to happen. Like you had to pay him. It's the right move.
Yeah, it's what you had to do. But I understand what TC's saying. Like, he's not Tatum.
Yeah,
he's not Tatum. He's Jaylen Brown, and he's really good.
But I think that's what TC was saying. Like it's Tatum is the one.
But
like, if you had to choose,
what does that have to do with Jaylen Brown's contract? I don't understand why Jason Tatum keeps getting forced into this conversation about Jaylen Brown.
The contract is the contract. That's what you have to pay him right now. But the conundrum for some people, and I understand what they're saying, is you're paying him like he's Tatum or like he's Luka or like he's Steph, and he's not that. That's the conundrum. You have to do it. We all agree with that. But you're paying him like he's one of those guys.
That's not a conversation to have. That's how the NBA works.
So let me ask you, who's another guy on Jaylen Brown's level that would get that money?
Well, no, I'm not the question. I'm not the guy for that because I have Jaylen Brown on that upper echelon tier.
I mean, Jamal Murray would probably get a contract similar. Jamal Murray's probably better.
I think you asked me about
Yeah, Jamal Murray's like
Jamal's
better, but they're not like that much of a difference, I don't think.
Jamal's a better complete basketball player than Jaylen Brown?
I think he's better. The numbers may not say it. I think he's a better ball player.
I don't think, in my opinion, I don't think that he is.
They're the same tier player to me. And I think,
and that's fine.
And I think
that's fine.
Basically what I'm saying is Jamal gets that contract, I think. Like that's just what it is for players like that.
And is everybody going to lose their mind like when Jamal gets it and go, Jokic is the guy on that team?
Some people who say that.
Well, that's dumb. That's not how the league works. That's not how the league works.
I understand that. All I'm saying is I understand where other people are like, he's getting the same type of contract as these guys that are better than him.
You have two top tier players.
No, that's not the discussion. They have to do it. I don't think anybody's saying don't give him the contract. We're just saying like the way things worked out, like that's kind of crazy that he's going to get the same deal as Tatum, these MVP guys. Like Jaylen's not an MVP guy, but he's getting the same deal as the MVP guys.
I'm sorry. I just booted Kenny out of the stream.
And Jaylen isn't getting what Tatum is getting either, by the way. Tatum's getting much more. He's not getting paid like Tatum would. Tatum's getting much more than this, so that doesn't really work.
No. Okay.
Hey, Jaylen Brown went to Cal. He deserves every penny. He's probably underpaid, actually.
Jason Jones is here. I didn't think he was going to be. I don't even know what we're talking about.
Well, he did say he had to leave at 340. That's what he said.
Tatum is okay. What do you think of Jaylen's contract? Besides, he's from Cal and he deserves every penny.
I think that this won't be nearly as big a deal in a year when the next group of guys like the Tatums and the Luka. I think we all get. I think wasn't last year or a couple of years ago Bradley Beal's deal the biggest deal ever, and then it was like.
Remember when Mike Conley signed the richest deal in NBA history for like $160 million or something?
Yeah, and it was I just think as the salary cap goes up, I mean, I get the number is like crazy high, but in 2 or 3 years, Jaylen Brown will not be the highest paid player in the NBA.
No, he won't. He won't. I'm not. Once again, I'm not saying I don't think they should have gave it to him. Like they had to give it to him by the way the system is.
Mm-hmm.
He's serving up for sure or whatever. But do you understand the people who are like Jaylen Brown? I'll even say it makes the same money as Luka. Like
I get it.
The responsibilities aren't even the same.
Yeah, I get it, but it's also just a function of when he was born.
Exactly.
I mean, more than anything, I mean, when you were born and when you were drafted. I mean, that's all it really is. I mean, if we can go back over time and different guys have made different amounts of money, and you're like, oh my, that was the craziest contract. Remember when like Kobe's like 130 was like, oh my God, what are the Lakers doing? That's a whole lot of money. Yeah, I mean,
that goes to the point.
I'm talking about the number, not so much the player. I mean, I mean, there's people who think, I know I had a GM tell me one time there's no better bargain than a guy on his first max deal. And Jaylen didn't get a max deal. I remember when he got that deal, the current one, and there were Kings fans going, oh my God, that means Buddy Hield's going to have to get broke off if they're paying Jaylen Brown that kind of money.
Yeah.
And I even said back then, it's not polite to watch another man's pockets. Don't worry about what Jaylen's getting. You worry about Buddy.
Don't worry about what we do here on D-Lo and KC. Don't worry about our favorite show bit, pocket watching. That's what we do.
I mean, it is, to me, it's just, I guess, in a year, I don't know who's the next guy up for a Supermax, but then someone will, it's all slotted,
Yeah.
He won't, the next year it'll be somebody, oh my God, look how much money that guy got. It'll just keep happening. And then before you know it, when De'Aaron's eligible for a Supermax, I don't think people are going to be going, oh my God, De'Aaron got $300 million. This is crazy. It'll be like, okay, that's what he's supposed to get based on the rules and what a Supermax does. So, I mean, to me, I know that, but I think we've known for months that Jaylen was going to get a contract like that. So it wasn't really a shock. It was just like, okay, the way the system is. And I kind of blame team owners because they couldn't control themselves in their spending. They created a system that slots guys like this to where there's this big group of halves. And then you have the guy, this is on the league to me, because, back in the like late 90s, guys got crazy, giving Juwan Howard a gang of money. So Shaq is like, if he gets that, I get it. It was like an arms race. And they finally says, that lockout year, we need to go ahead and create a system to make us stop paying you guys all this money.
Signing guys to 7-year contracts.
It's funny now, but that back in the day, 7 years, 120 million.
We're gonna pretend like Magic Johnson didn't sign like a 20-year, $20 million contract or something like that.
Yeah,
they had to protect
a year at that time was
protect themselves from themselves. That's what they had to do.
We don't have a lot of time together. Speaking of Buddy, how was the Bahamas?
Oh, it was nice. I enjoyed myself out there. And Buddy, I thought Buddy had lied to me when he said I only had fast food, not because I went to the Bahamas for fast food. My flight got canceled, so they brought us some KFC. And that was the best KFC I ever had in my life.
KFC
Buddy
in the Bahamas?
Yeah. Buddy is not lying about how they season the food over there. Buddy was not lying at all.
The Bahamas KFC is seasoned different?
Yeah. Because Buddy told us all. He told me, he's like, you know what? The Burger King over there is really good. I'm not going to the Bahamas to eat Burger King, buddy. I won't do it. I will not go. I will not fly across the continental U.S. going to another country and get Burger King. But he was like, bro, our fast food's better than the one over here. And I happened to get some KFC courtesy of the airline, and I'm like, it really is seasoned differently. he was not lying. I mean, shout out to Shavano Rainier Hield for, the insight on Bahamian fast food, but had a good time over there.
Unseasoned American fast food.
Buddy warned me. Buddy warned me.
There's a Caribbean Colonel out there somewhere seasoned the KFC.
It was funny. It's funny. I'm in the taxi over there, and the taxi driver says, "You know what, though? We'd trade our KFC with you guys for Chick-fil-A." I was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, we don't have." He's like, "I love Chick-fil-A." He's like, "This is just hilarious." We had a good time over there. Ate way too much, drank way too much, smoked too many Bahamian cigars.
Oh, okay. What's in those?
I don't know, but it wasn't it wasn't the stuff I would have preferred. But
okay.
But the way this stuff is on the streets, you don't know what's being laced with what. So just give me the legal stuff. I'm not gonna play around in another country. No.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. They don't have over there CBD and all that stuff is illegal.
Oh.
So which is
I'm seeing what happened to Jason Jones, boy. I tell you.
Jason went over to the Bahamas and tried to get some of that ooh-wee, thought he was Snoop Dogg, and now look at him in a Bahamian jail. Charges.
Jay, I don't think we've talked to you since a lot of the craziness happened with everything. Matter of fact, I'll save it because I just saw the time.
Yeah. Well, no, I think we got to let Jay go.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we got to go to commercial. We have tricked off like 90% of our commercial breaks today. So do you want to hang out for a few more minutes and then we'll come back? We'll talk. We'll go to break for like 3 minutes. We'll come back. We'll talk to Jay.
Okay, yeah, I can do that
for like 4 more minutes.
Yeah,
and then we'll let Jay go about his business. It's D'Lo and Casey. What a day! We are professionals to the highest level here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I looked down.
Oh yeah.
I felt like I looked down and it was just 21, and I look again and I said 28.
And I'm immediately thinking, what is he doing? Like, what am I gonna do here? And I'm thinking, when can we break? It's like we're gonna break, come back, and end the show.
Yeah, I looked down. I said, "Oh, never mind. I'll wait for that."
Ooh, Jimmy G passed his physical. Yeah.
There you go, big dog. Let's go. Jimmy gonna play well for y'all.
I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about the coach.
Well,
that is a concern. It's a legit concern.
Understandable.
I'm worried about the genius they hired. Yeah, I ain't worried about
Las Vegas Patriots.
Do you miss covering football?
I don't know if I miss it. I mean, I don't miss being on a beat. So I guess, but I mean, football was
now you can cover it regardless. Like it's what you do.
Yeah, but football was just different in general, especially back then. But it was also kind of sucked because the way it was set up, you knew the TV guys got everything. And I was covering the Raiders who didn't let you have access to people. You had to go to different stuff on the side to try to get guys, and stuff like that. But I mean, the NFL was fun because, it's that whole build up to the one day. And then halfway through the game, you're cracking up laughing because you're like, oh my God, the Raiders are going to really lose this game.
Those are long days, it seems like.
Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah. They're very long days. And you get to the end of the day, you're like, okay, all right, you scored 3 points again.
Damn.
No, I had the word. Remember, I had the team my first full year, but they gave up 72 sacks that season, I think.
Jesus.
Oh,
who was the quarterback?
Aaron Brooks, Andrew Walter.
Man,
they had that was disinterested Randy Moss.
Oh, where he was sitting on the sideline with his.
That was Warren Sapp, but Derek Burgess was a pass rush savant, but you had Sapp and Namdi and
how was Warren Sapp?
Warren Sapp, depending on what day you caught him. There was days he liked me, there was days he hated me.
Yeah.
We made up on Twitter, so we're fine, I think.
We did not.
Well, yeah. Warren Sapp hates Kenny.
What did you do to Sapp?
Him and Richard Sherman.
It was like when Twitter first started, and Warren Sapp said something to the effect of this was really stupid on his part. He goes, Yeah, man, I love that meet I had the other day. And I said, pause. And I had some glasses on in my profile picture. He's like, you need to pause those little stupid frog eye glasses you got on. I said, bro, what'd you get mad at me for? But he said, what'd you say fuck me for?
That sounds like a very Warren Sapp conversation. Yeah, I completely believe that's how the conversation went. Completely.
Oh, Trayvon Diggs.
Trayvon Diggs got that bread today.
No. That's okay. Marcus Peters. You have your Trayvon Diggs. And
Marcus Peters not coming home, but coming to the Silver Flag.
Mm-hmm. Marcus Peters, Nate Hobbs. You don't want to see that secondary. I'm just trying to convince myself of this. Don't worry.
I wonder what's going to happen with the Raiders. I don't think they're a horrible team. Like they have talented players, but like you said, the coaching is the issue. A lot of the guys they have seem to be like feast or famine. I wonder what's going to happen with the Raiders. I don't think they'll make the playoffs, but I don't think they'll be like I don't think they'll be in the Caleb Williams suite.
They won't be Caleb Williams bad, but they won't be like they'll be like they were last year. 6-7 win range.
Could have been like 9 wins last year.
Yeah.
Should have been.
Yeah. Yeah, they coughed up a lot. We should be back any second, I think. A minute. Sorry, not quite any second.
Yeah, I'm just taking a break from my stories. I'm working on like 18 stories at once. So
okay.
Got some WWE stuff I'm working on.
There we go.
Basketball, football.
What WWE story are you working on? Can you tell us or no?
Some SummerSlam stuff.
Oh, okay.
SummerSlam next week?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to get some SummerSlam stuff nailed down.
Next Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
This whole Saturday thing is still weird for me.
Yeah, same.
I don't like it.
Yeah, it's like Saturday. What?
I'll bring us back, and you throw whatever question you were gonna throw at Jay. Oh, I forgot Zach Martin was pissed off too.
Oh yeah,
he's another dude who should have a big money deal coming his way.
Look at Jerry.
Oh my God,
Jerry.
that old frail sir. Sit
down, sir.
Get out of the sun. We're coming back.
Leave Jer alone.
We back here with our man Jason Jones of The Athletic here for this final stretch on D-Lo and KC.
Oh, yeah. Now I can ask him a question. Thought you were gonna say
well-oiled machine.
Thought you were gonna say a little bit more than that, but now I can answer my question.
We literally have like 4 minutes left with Jason.
I was just gonna ask Jay. I don't think we've talked to him since Harden and Lillard did their things. Like, how do you think both of those play out? Do they both stay on their teams to start the season and throughout the whole season?
I think they both eventually get moved because we've seen Harden's play if he's not happy. Harden about to look like Rick Ross if they don't get him up out of there.
Put Rick Ross on that diving board.
Yeah, you see, I saw my man James loading up on them Trill burgers. He's getting ready for training camp. I'm gonna show you
like 4 or 5 burgers.
Mm-hmm. I said, I'm gonna show you guys. You keep me on this.
They were for him. He had that tank top on. He had sweated through it. Like those burgers were for him.
Yeah, and I just think with Dame, so I just wonder if he played his hand like a year or two too late. You know, I mean, will he eventually get moved? Probably, but when you're it's like I want to only go to Miami.
Yeah,
I think Dame had enough evidence to suggest that, you know what, it's not going to work in Portland 2 years ago. And yeah, he's even on IG making the jokes about the Lakers, and I guess I'm going to LA, and hey, this was just So I don't think James gets moved anytime before the season. I just don't. It's weird.
What do you think happens with your boy Josh Jacobs?
He eventually signs, I think.
You think so?
I think if they give him a 1-year deal where that's more than what Saquon signed for. I mean, even if you're mad, if it's 15 mil, it's 15 mil.
Yeah, but
but there's no incentive.
He
I
might get
mean,
12. Like if they do that, he's gonna get. I think he'll get 11.5. Hey, look, it's more than Saquon. It's 11.5.
yeah, but then again, I don't know what they're doing out there either. I don't understand. I mean, yeah, I don't get it. I mean, but if I'm Josh, I'm working out and just because even if he shows up week 1, they're starting him. He's going to play a lot. It just
absolutely.
Yeah. So I mean,
they're gonna wear his ass out. They're gonna give him the ball 300 times.
Yeah. I mean, to me, there's nothing wrong with him taking it easy right now. There's no need for him taking. But then remember last year they played him in the Hall of Fame game.
They did play him. In the Hall of Fame.
He should probably sit out half a camp just for that.
Mm-hmm.
They played him in the Hall of Fame game last year, and played him like he was a guy trying to earn a spot.
Right.
See what this Jacobs kid's got.
Yeah, I mean, and like to your guys' point, I mean, what is he really gonna do in camp that he can't do by himself?
Get to know Jimmy better.
Well,
develop some chemistry with his quarterback.
Hey, buddy, you. I'll send you some video. That's all you need to know about Jimmy. Like you're just
Like I said, Josh is fine. Go ahead and get your chill, Josh. I'm not mad at you. What was funny was they announced like the Raiders Instagram had the whole what's everyone's Madden ranking. They didn't put Josh in there.
No.
They skipped over him. It went from Max to from Devontae to Max to Chandler Jones.
Hey, this will never change with the running backs, right?
No.
This is what's going on until the CBA happens 40 years from now.
Until the 2050 season when our kids are old enough to be almost out the league.
Your kid look like he can play in the league right now.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, he eats like he can play in the league right now.
Jay, we know. Thanks for man. We missed you. We haven't seen you in weeks, man. So it's great.
Yeah, I'll be around again sometime soon. I've just been running around having fun. So
living life, baby.
What we do,
right.
man. Thanks for carving out a few minutes for us, man.
I'll catch y'all next week.
Yep. So, man, Jason Jones right there. Jason Jones of The Athletic. Let us know during the commercial break for those that are listening on the Radio Odyssey. Tune in. He's got some good stories coming to The Athletic. A lot of different things.
He always working on stuff, man. I enjoy those pieces.
That culture writer, that's his bag. Like that. He's that Tinker Hatfield story he did. And then, man, he did another one not that long ago that was just absolute fire. He had the conversation. He has some really, really good stuff in there.
But when he talked to Draymond, I thought he did a good job with that.
Yeah, his Domino buddy.
It's his boy.
27.
I wonder if they'll let him play dominoes in Saudi.
They might. Hey, they give him the bag. Because it's LeBron, Giannis, Dame, and Draymond. Same.
This dude always throwing himself in there, man.
He really read those tweets. Oh, they're talking about me.
And hella late, too. Like, he's the last one. Like, bro, no. Like, you're the guy who ruined the joke. Like, sir, sit down. We understand they're throwing money around, but they're not burning it, for God's sakes.
Draymond's just getting a regular 50 mil contract.
Draymond getting less from Saudi Arabia than he's getting from the Golden State Warriors.
I was about to say they're not Joe Lacob. You said burning it. They're not Joe Lacob.
He said, bro, we got 1 year, 10 mil for you here if you really want to be here that bad.
Bro, we've got a country minimum deal here for you.
He go to Saudi and get the minimum.
Like, look, if Jimmer Fredette turns us down, maybe we'll bring you in.
If Stephon Marbury turns us down.
We'll pass.
Dwight Howard might come, so hold on.
Well,
pause.
Well, I don't. Let's just leave Dwight Howard out of all future conversations until he gets his situation dealt with.
Oh, is Dwight in the box?
He's not in the box. He's just going through some things publicly.
Well, that's one way of putting it.
I don't know if that puts him in a box, though. That's what he liked. Yo,
I don't think you got the whole story.
Oh, maybe I didn't.
Yeah, the texts aren't the only story.
Oh, okay, that's
the
last thing
texts are out
That's
for
the
a
last
reason.
thing I saw was a text.
Yeah, the
okay,
texts are
okay.
part of the story. Like I
Okay.
think he's in trouble over that.
I didn't see all that.
Yeah, he's
All right, we'll put him in a
he
box.
might be in a box.
We'll put him in a
Yeah,
box.
Dwight might be in a box until he gets that situation dealt with. And if there's no dealing with it, Dwight's in the box.
Damn.
Out the closet, in the box. They had those Dwight rumors out there forever.
Yeah, that ain't nothing new.
Yeah, it really is nothing new. Hey, do your thing. Again, it's not the text messages. It's the story that goes with the text messages that's like, hey, can't fool with Dwight. Dwight got to go in the box until that gets fixed.
Yeah.
And if it don't get fixed, hey, man, R. Kelly's in there.
Oof.
Bill Cosby's in there. Who else we got in there?
Russell Simmons.
Yeah, Russell's in the box.
Mm.
Yeah, Russell's in the box.
Mm.
Y'all stay in there until you get your situations dealt with.
Mm.
Dwight just said something good about Sacramento too.
He did. Can't sign him now.
Come on, man.
Can't do that,
man. 27 NFL training camps getting underway today, including the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, baby.
Brock Purdy cleared to practice.
That was a little surprising to me.
He's been put on a practice schedule. Did I read this wrong? Is it 2 days on and 1 off, or is it 2 days off and 1 on?
I thought I saw 2 days on.
That's what okay. That's what I thought. I saw a follow-up tweet because he practiced today. He threw today, I should say. And then it followed up with that probably means he's not going to throw tomorrow. So maybe practice, maybe he's on like a pitcher schedule.
Well,
maybe he doesn't throw 2 days in a row. I'm not sure.
Which is also bizarre because John Lynch came out today, said he's cleared, no restrictions. Well, that sounds like
it sounds like so the doctor might say no restrictions. The 49ers might say, yeah, okay, that's fine. We don't need you throwing every single day in training camp. We're going to ramp your training up. We've got a month and a half.
Training camp gets longer and longer every year.
Hell yeah.
Like they train forever.
Like it's July 25th. The first game is until September.
Bro, they train for, once again, this is like spring training, where when the idea of training camp and spring training were made, it was when, Willie Mays would go work at a department store during the off season, and he needed that time to get back in shape. This guy's trained all year round. Training camp could be 2 weeks now, really.
Yeah.
Like it's just, I always just look at it as more opportunity to get hurt.
You can argue whether load management is appropriate in the NBA. I'd argue load management is appropriate in training camp.
Yeah. Although they attributed a lot of injuries the COVID year to the fact that they didn't have regular training camp.
One thing I worry about with Josh Jacobs, I don't know if Tony Pollard signed his tender or not, but guys who are likely to sit out training camp, I do worry about them getting hurt. Like I remember the famous Rex Ryan Jets Hard Knocks, how it all culminated in, was it Darrelle Revis returning on like the last episode? He had missed all of camp and he got his contract worked out, got hurt like 4 weeks later. And like that could happen with a full training camp.
Right.
But I feel like one thing where you talk about, like, especially guys who haven't signed a tender yet and just aren't reporting, you're not around your doctors, your trainers. You're not around those guys. Now you might be around a doctor or a trainer, but you're not around those guys in that team. That's the one thing I do get concerned about for someone like Josh Jacobs who might miss camp. So one thing I'm concerned about, because while Brock Purdy did practice, a very notable name didn't. Didn't sound like anyone was even remotely concerned about this. Actually sounded like it was the plan, and that was Nick Bosa. We all know that Nick Bosa is due for a massive contract extension. And John Lynch said today, we don't want him on the football field until that gets dealt with. I don't think he wants to be on the football field until that gets dealt with. We're going to get it dealt with. And Nick Bosa will be a part of this team for a long time. He'll be a part of training camp soon.
Yeah, absolutely. This is something they've been preparing for since his rookie season. since the end of his rookie season. They're like, we got to pay this guy in 4 years or whatever.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
they've been
It's
preparing.
been obvious for years.
They've
yeah.
been making moves with the salary cap, with free agency, drafts, trading Jimmy, all for this moment. Like they've been preparing for 3 or 4 years for this moment. They're not going to be caught off guard or get into a situation where they're at a stalemate because they weren't prepared or they're not ready to make whatever offer they need to. It'll get resolved whenever it'll get resolved, but it will get resolved with him being the highest paid player in the league probably, and with the 49ers. Like it'll get done for sure. I had another 49ers situation though, to go back a little bit to Brock Purdy. Jesse, do you want to bring it on wax about who it's over for?
Oh yeah, I think Trey Lance's time in San Francisco is cooked. I think that whole situation is done and over with. I think the Trey Lance era in San Francisco is done. I think.
You agree?
What an era it was.
And real quick,
it feels
part
like
of that is because Jesse thinks Brock is good. Like
I think Brock is the real deal. I think when he comes back, he'll be fine. And I honestly just don't think there's a competition in training camp. I think they're going into week 1. Kyle Shanahan, Brock's our guy, and if that's the case, then yeah, Trey's done.
I think the reason I agree with what Jesse just said is it feels like that's really what San Francisco wants.
Explain that.
Like Brock they've named Brock Purdy there was no quarterback. There's no quarterback competition. There never was. They saw however many weeks of Brock Purdy and decided, oh, that's our guy moving forward. Doesn't matter what Trey Lance does. Because if it did matter what Trey Lance does, or if they still believed in Trey Lance, they would have said, like, look, like Brock was really, really good. We're still not entirely sure what we have with Trey Lance. Brock Purdy's here. Trey Lance is here. Trey Lance is healthy. Brock Purdy is healthy. July 25th rolls around. We'll have a nice little quarterback competition, and the best quarterback will be our starting quarterback next season. They didn't say that. They said Brock Purdy's the starting quarterback next year. Or I think there was always the caveat, if he's healthy. Well, it's next year. It's July 20. He's healthy. He's playing quarterback. I think that's what they want. I just don't know what that means for Trey Lance.
Yeah, and see, I think I could speak to this because I'm probably like Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch right now. I don't know if I want, because I want Trey Lance to be the guy. If you ask me, what do you want? Kenny, you could pick right now. Both of them are going to be good.
You ain't got that ...
What do you want? I want Trey Lance to be the guy that's here for 10 years. But I don't know. You see how I feel? I can't, after what I saw 7-8 games and the way he played with the
there it is.
I can't. If I have somebody, got to put somebody on the depth chart, right? Now you can say it's an open competition, but when you write down the depth chart, somebody's 1, somebody's 2. I can't put Trey at 1 in this scenario.
It's not Trey's fault because he got injured, but Brock came out and he just straight took the job. He grabbed it and he took it.
So do you get okay? Let's get Ramsey here real quick since time is winding down. 916-909-1320. What's up, Ramsey?
Not too much. I actually got a question about this whole situation. Is this situation with Trey Lance and Brock Purdy the modern day Washington situation with RG3 and Kirk Cousins?
That's not the worst comp. That's actually, I mean, same drafts.
Yeah.
That's not a bad comp at all.
Brock was 1 year later. They weren't the same draft for it. Yeah, Brock was a rookie last year.
Yeah, I'm sorry. RG3 and Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, they were
the same
drafted
draft.
in the same draft. Yeah.
Did Kirk Cousins take over because of the injury?
He did the following year. He did that year as well, because I remember RG3 got hurt against the Ravens, and I think he came back for the playoffs.
Right, that's right. And that's the one that destroyed his career. The NFL rushed him back and put him in the marquee game, which I think was against Chip Kelly and the Philadelphia Eagles, the offense that was going to change football forever. And he was never he was never the same again.
Right.
But I just can't remember. Like, did Kirk Cousins jump in like right there, like that year?
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah,
he would have had to.
Yeah, he played that year when he went down against the Ravens. And
it feels like with RG3, he got hurt. They rushed him back, and maybe he just wasn't that guy anymore. Like I'll always believe this. You know, you can feel however you want to about RG3. They rushed him back, and it's not like Mike Shanahan gets a lot of blame for that. The NFL is culpable of that too. So is I can't remember if it was Adidas or Under Armour.
Adidas.
They ran this whole campaign about being back for that first week of the season.
Yeah.
Dude tore his ACL in the playoffs. And y'all were going to make sure that he was back, ready to go with the first game of the NFL season. I think everybody failed RG3 in that sense. But I think the long-winded way of, like, I think Ramsey's point works.
It
works.
does. And the difference, though, is when RG3 was ready to come back, they put him in there. When RG3 was cleared to play, they put him in here. Trey Lance could be cleared to play. I don't think he coming back in. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, but Kirk didn't get a run.
I don't know how many games he played. Let me see when they
go ahead, Jesse.
Is the comp maybe better for Cap and Alex Smith? Trey didn't play as much as Alex Smith, but once Cap came in there, he kind of just ran with the job, and that was it.
That's good, except with Alex Smith, you knew what you had.
Yeah, that's the thing.
With Trey Lance, you still don't know, and maybe that's the bigger thing. Maybe we think they don't know what they have with Trey Lance, but maybe they do.
We're going on year 4 or 5, whatever it is, of this guy not playing football, really.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. Between COVID, Jimmy, and last year, like, that dude has not played football in a long time.
Yeah.
And this is, as we've outlined, and like I'll say it because y'all know I'm not speaking from a jersey wearer perspective. This is a championship team. You've got a window to win a championship, and hoping Trey Lance figures it out, you can't do that.
Right.
However, are we sold that? Because I think the approach is different when you're thrust into something. Like, hey, KC, the Bailey show is out. We got to go host the 98 Rock morning show. It's an emergency. We got to do it. Okay, we don't have time to think about it. We go do it. But then, you know, the next week rolls around, and it's like, wait, are we still doing this? Oh, we're the 98 Rock morning show now. Oh, well, your mentality changes. Brock Purdy's the starting quarterback now. How different? Like, I think the approach is different to being the guy versus just being thrust out there.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, you're basically in survival mode if you're Brock Purdy. Last year, that's not the case now.
And to answer your question, we're not sure that he can handle that. We'll find out this year, apparently. But I think he is. I think Brock Purdy is legit.
And so I feel like that's what the 49ers think.
I was just gonna say, I think once next season rolls around, Trey Lance is on a different team. I think this is the last season here in San Francisco.
Justin Herbert, Chargers, $262.5 million of football money. Again, I don't know what the real money is, but this from Adam Schefter right now. 5-year, $262.5 million in football money.
It's good stuff, man. That's good. That's a good deal. He a good quarterback too.
He is a good quarterback.
Really good quarterback.
I'm guessing he probably is like 10 million more than Lamar Jackson. And so he's the new highest paid quarterback. I think the show's over, right? Yeah. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Vamos, gigantes.
I hate these. I just don't know. I just don't know what they are.
Yeah, the only thing you could do then is
Joe
look at the
Burrow's
guarantee
next.
money. Do they even do guarantee money for the? Yeah, they
you do. It's just Schefter's not going to tweet that. Schefter's, juggling the balls of whatever agent he has to. And so I'll just wait.
Lock and Florio might do it.
I'll just Florio will do it.
Florio definitely will.
I'll wait for Florio.
NFL hates Florio, I feel like.
Oh, I don't think they like him at all. Well, he's on NBC, so they can't dislike him that much.
Yeah.
Because he'll tell on
But
you.
I'm sure, well, he very well might.
Yeah.
Yes, for real.
Okay, bye.
Huh? Oh yeah. No, I gotta go feed Sprout.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Oh, we need that soundbite. Bye. I gotta get these graphics fixed. Yeah, because we can't record tomorrow because we have to go to Sky River and I have to write the rest of the show tonight. I wrote 1 hour and it felt like it took me 2 hours to write that 1 hour. Yeah. You got 3 more to write. Or just lay out. Yeah, shout out to NBA Young Cole. We know you a fan, but like your boy Floyd Mayweather said, that's all you ever gonna be is a fucking fan.
So that's really who didn't like Trista?
Yeah. I'll send it to you.
He's nothing but a desperate fan.
Nothing but a fan.
I barely know who the fuck you are.
That's it. That's it.
He's so
desperate. But also, don't be one of them dudes who's tough on social media, because boy, that shit'll get you fucked up. Shout out to Warren though. Warren's like, motherfucker, we ain't that.
I didn't even see him in the chat.
No, he wasn't in the chat.
Watching in the
he
shadows.
wasn't in the chat. His bitch ass was watching though.
He ain't been in the chat.
Lurking in the shadows.
He was watching.
He's probably there right now.
He watching right now. These
fellas, they know we're here, fellas.
These like Smithers in the parking lot.
I'll see if I can get these to send in order. They might not, but I'll try. There you go. Oh man. All right, man. We're gonna get out of here. Today was an interesting one.
We talked about The Office for 15 minutes. Today was a day.
We brought the boss into the show. Like, yeah, this is solid. And y'all thirsted over her, by the way. Like, calm down. Appreciate you guys, man. Hit the thumbs up before you go, and see you tomorrow.
Holla.